Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So this is one of the class conditions. We've done respiratory conditions before, but here we're tying a bunch of things together in a way that we have talked about, but haven't really done on paper. And so what I did is I went through and I kind of gave you a basic outline of uh, what the respiratory system is and some of the aspects and the things that it's uh, the processes that it's involved with, and also just a basic outline of some mystical significances just from various traditions kind of compiled, so it just gives you a little bit of reading so you have a little bit better understanding. And I think we all know what the respiratory system is, obviously, but still, I laid out the anatomy a little bit. But we're going to just jump right into doing a little bit of a practice. And a lot of times with this class, when we do these free classes on different conditions, we really talk more than anything. But this one, we are going to be doing a bit of practice and a lot of talking. And so the first things that I would like to do is we're going to do like an exploration, right? So we know how to go after symptom oriented issues within a system. Like, so here, say you have a cough or a runny nose or a stopped up nose. There's certain oils that we would use. Well, we look at it from the point of view as the symptom, and we think, how do we have to resolve this symptom? Then we take a step back and go, okay, how is the system working? Maybe there's something going on with the system, right? And then there might be maybe issues with stress, maybe issues with a little trauma or something like this that maybe arise that can contribute. So instead of just like mm, thinking of these little things that um, our intellectual mind goes, oh, it's probably this, it's probably that. I thought what we do is do an exploration of the mystical and energetic aspects before we even address going into doing some respiratory techniques and then conditions. The idea is to treat things that are beyond what we would normally think about. Other things contribute to respiratory issues or respiratory dysfunction, but the intellectual mind just sees the problem and tries to resolve the problem based on the little pieces that we know, right? And so a good example is if you have some issue that is in the unconscious, that's going to make your breath shallow, because part of how you access deeper levels of awareness in the unconscious is through the breath. And so if you have a trauma from, like my little trauma that I always talk about and beat it to death is when I was a little kid, my friends used to take my toys, right? And the kids in the neighborhood. So if I had that buried down deep in the unconscious, which I'm sure there's still a little bit down there because I talk about it all the time, right? It would be hard to access, but it would still be impacting me, right? So what happens is part of your physiology to keep you from bringing some sort of shift or change, because your physiology, especially when we're being driven by the intellect, does not want to change. It just wants to maintain what's happening, even if it's um uh not healthy. Like, even if you, like, I have a cold, I have a flu, I have asthma, I have this, your intellect still goes, yeah, but let's maintain that because we don't want that thing to come up that then we have to address, right? So what happens is, as weird as this sounds, the more the intellect is the driving force and not intuition, the more that we stay in a repetitive pattern with disease. Bottom line, it's almost directly proportional, right? So this idea of exploring things that don't really seem to make a lot of intellectual sense, but intuitionally make a lot of sense, This is going to be tied to a much more rapid rate of healing. Healing is movement. It's not repetition. It's breaking out of some sort of pattern, right? That is basically what healing is. So a lot of times, um, mm, we want to just get back to where we were, right? And that's okay. Like, say you have a cold or flu, or like, oh, I wish I could be back to where I was before I got sick. Really, the goal is, yes, to get better, but to be stronger. Like, you want your immune system to be stronger. You be in a better place by the time you get on the other side of that cold or flu, right? And just going after a symptom-oriented approach, holistic practices aren't just a replacement for something that you get over the counter or from the doctor. It's a different approach. What's happened over the years is a lot of holistic practices, to make it make sense to people, they've kind of put themselves in a place as the natural alternative. But the approach is actually quite different. But you don't see that a lot in holistic practices these days. So this is a blend of very ancient practices, alchemical practices, different types of holistic approaches, energetic components, definitely intuitional components, and practical everyday clinical things where we are going to address symptoms, but we're going to do it in this marriage of all the different pieces. So what we're going to do is, in this first part of the day, is we're going to explore the mystical and energetic aspects of respiratory issues. And, I didn't really give a big list of like, oh, you need all these oils. If you're new, we'll work with whatever oils that you have. If you've been around, Samantha gave you a rundown of like how to search the website for the different classes and everything. We want to be able to utilize things that you have in other classes. We want to be able to utilize things that you have, in your kit, in your toolbox, in the oils that you have stacked up somewhere, right? And so, they're great for particular classes, but we want to be able to use them in everyday life. And, sometimes we think of the mystical oils or the energetic oils as just having a particular property or a particular application. But really, there's all kinds of applications. And over the next several months, we're going to really be doing this marriage of like, let's bring everything together, right? And so, if you have like a little acute, like, mm, you feel like maybe you're getting sick or you're just feeling a little shortness of breath, very quick approach, right? But if you have a little bit more chronic condition or you're prone to a particular condition, you might want to start exploring some of these other aspects. And so we're going to do the mystical and energetic approach. And then after we're done with that, we're going to explore just doing respiratory techniques, like what happens when we unwind the bronchioles, what happens when we expand and deepen the breath, which are actually two different things. Expanding the breath is one, deepening the breath is another. What happens when we deal with respiratory weakness, which is it's harder for you to take inhalations and exhalations. So usually it happens when you're sick or maybe you're under a lot of stress, um, or maybe there's some underlying factor or cause that could be causing the breath to be a little bit weak. And so there's all kinds of things that we're going to look at, and then we're also going to talk about conditions, and we're going to do plenty of Q&A where you can ask to problem solve some of the things that you might be struggling with. So it's going to be not such a formal class. We're going to go through and do things, but there's going to be plenty of time for us to chat and problem solve things going on in your life. So the very first thing is we're going to explore some of the aspects of the aura, right? So what I'd like you to do is let's evaluate your breath. Take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Notice how easy it is to breathe. Notice how quick you're breathing. Are you breathing really fast? Are you breathing normal? If you're breathing kind of fast, that makes you more prone to being a little bit anxious, right? A little wound up. Even a little like ADD or ADHD is tied also a little bit to, not completely, but to the breath being more rapid, right? And so here's another thing that I'd like you to evaluate. When we're looking at the breath, there's a thing called the bronchioles, which this like little tree looking thing that's in the part of the respiratory tract, like right in here. And when they go into spasm, which can happen with colds and flus, it can happen with pain, it can happen with stress, it can happen with trauma, it can happen for all kinds of reasons, right? We start to get bronchial spasms. And so what happens is if I say, okay, let's take a long, slow, deep breath, you're able to go. And then I say, okay, now exhale very slowly, like at the same length, the same pace. And if you don't have spasms, you'd go, right? If you have bronchial spasms, you'll go like really fast, right? And so that just means you don't have the ability to control the breath, like your inhalation and exhalation are off, right? So what happens is then when you're breathing, you tend to be more short, more rapid, which just that generates stress. Like one of the ways that your body generates stress is your breath being off, right? One way that you amplify the effect of something being traumatic is your breath being shallow and rapid, right? So if your breath is slower and deeper, even when somebody says those snotty little things that are meant to hurt your feelings, you're like, eh. But if you're breathing short and rapid, you're like, that hurts so much. And it just keeps getting amplified in the solar plexus and the emotional body. So this is more than just the breath. Like this is your ability to function in an environment that might be stressful, might be negative, might be mm, full of agitation, and might have some issues in the past. And the thing with even if something's in the unconscious, if the breath is able to go slow and deep, you can release things from the unconscious without having to relive it. Like, so say you have a trauma going back to my friends taking my toys when I was a little kid. Um, by doing long, slow, deep breathing, you're actually releasing that without having to have it come up, process it, be upset about it, whatever. Just you almost are just breathing it out. If you think about any time where you're having a little bit of difficulty or you see somebody having difficulty, you go, okay, take a couple long, slow, deep breaths because it takes you out of like a crisis mode, right? When the breath is short and rapid, you're in a little bit of a crisis mode, even if there's not a crisis going on. Like everything starts to become a crisis, right? So then your head starts to go, there must be something going on. And it starts kind of cooking up like, ugh, I feel something's bad's going to happen. This is going to happen. That's going to happen. Or somebody's doing something, whatever it is. But if you have a long, slow, deep breath, you're like, if something happens, I'll deal with it. Right. Or, you know, I'm going to read the paper and go for a walk or, whatever it is. So check in with your breath. Take a long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath for a second. And then slowly exhale. Even a good, long, slow, deep breath is very fortifying to the body as a whole. It helps generate energy or prana in the body that sustains the body. Check in with your nose. And then just check in also emotionally with how you feel. Check in with your thoughts. Check in with body tension. Body tension is impacted by your breath. Like if you have pain, the pain is amplified if the breath is short and rapid. The pain is diminished if you have a long, slow, deep breath. Mm-hmm. This felt really long. It could be me though. And then check in with people around you, how you feel about them, active situations, and check in with a past event or two. We're not necessarily working any of these things, but we want to just check them as indicators of what happens when you work the breath. Okay, so the very first thing we're going to tackle is the aura. Now, there's different aspects to the aura. There's the structure of the aura, which has 7 layers. There's the function of the aura, which there's 4 different aspects of the function in the aura, right? There's the dynamic of the aura that is tied to the directions, but it's also tied to pain, right? And then there is the auric program that potentially is running, right? So we're going to explore each of these aspects, right? And so with that, the aspect of the layer of the aura, like if you look at the aura, just the structure itself, right? It's not like there's a line in each one. It's like it's less refined and keeps getting denser and denser and denser and denser and denser and denser as it gets to the body. And you could break these aspects into 7 layers, right? Like if you were to go through and look at it. It's not like there's a line. It's just there's like qualities or influences as it gets closer to the body, right? So the outer layer is actually tied to the respiratory function. I mean, there's some other things too, but respiratory function. And, in a lot of different mystical traditions, they'll say how we interact with the outer world, how we interact with our environment is through the breath, through respiratory function. And this isn't just an idea, it's not just a psychological idea. This is actually tied also to your energy body, like that outer part of the aura, the very first piece as you start to move out and come in towards the body, that outer layer directly impacts the respiratory system. So it is one of the early ways that we interact with the environment in our energy body. So here we're going to use the blend Glory of Lebanon. Now, if you don't have Glory of Lebanon, let's give you some options. Options would be like some type of fir, especially fir balsam, some type of cypress, especially just regular plain old cypress, and then some sort of juniper, like juniper or cade. So let's see if you have those. Oh, there's also a blend called Hod, Hod, and there was I think there was a Glory Supreme or something. Yeah. Yeah, which is a fancy version of Glory of Lebanon. It's got a fir balsam absolute in it instead of regular fir balsam. I forgot about that. So see what you have. If for some reason you don't have any of those, I mean, try to find one of those because that's your best bet. But if not, we'll try to come up with some sort of sub. If you need a sub, let us know. I think we're good. Okay. So you don't need to visualize anything other than the process that we're doing. You don't need to think of your lungs. You don't need to think of something from your past. You don't need to think of any of that. You're simply just working this process, right? So you have your Glory of Lebanon or one of the other single oils. You're beginning to inhale. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Now we're doing the left side of the body because that anchors our attention and awareness. So that works the aura or the energy body, right? The aura is the energetic mold or blueprint that the physical body follows, right? Physical body, emotional body, mental body. And so here we're going to unwind each of the quadrants of the aura to work first the structure. We're basically cleaning up the structure. So if there's a bunch of energetic contamination in a particular area, especially in that seventh layer, it's going to flush that out, right? So you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still for a second. Can you feel the difference between the left side of your body and the right? And now down the front of your body, your face, throat, chest, abdomen, your pelvis, down the front of your legs, all the way down to the tops of your feet. You're inhaling with your oil. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, this layer of the aura has other functions, but one of the big aspects of it is respiratory function or the respiratory system. And then just pause for a moment. Now, the right side of your body, right side of your face, your neck, your shoulder, your rib cage, your hip, the outer part of your leg, all the way down to the outer ankle on the right side. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then pause. Now you're doing the back side, back of the head, neck, the back, the hips, the legs, all the way down to the heels. And then pause. First off, notice how you feel. Emotions in the mind. And then take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. See what you notice with the breath. Do you notice that like your body's in a little bit more peaceful state? Your emotions and mind, they're a little bit more chill, right? Some of that is you've cleaned up the aura a little bit, and some of it is you're already beginning to impact respiratory system. How do you feel? You know, I find um, that when I do this particular part, my breath already starts to slow down and regulate. Like if I'm a little wound up about something, like, "Ugh, got all these things I got to do today," or "Ugh, the world's on fire," whatever it is, if you read too much of the news or something, it just helps slow everything down, calm everything down. Like the respiratory system begins to regulate. Right? So we're going to do it one more time. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your shoulder, your ribs, your hip, the outer leg, all the way down to the ankle. Then go to the front of the body, the face and throat, the chest, the abdomen, down the legs, all the way down to the tops of your feet. Then the right side of the body. Awareness is on the right side of the body. And then the back side of the body. And then just pause and be still. What do you notice? How does this make you feel? Your body, your emotions, your thoughts? How is your breath? I'd like you to take a little bit of notes and just write yourself, even if it's just a little like, feel relaxed. This feels awesome. This deepened my breath. This regulated my breath, whatever it is. Just make yourself a little note. Again, this is the one that I like to use when I'm feeling a little wound up. Like if I'm feeling wound up, if I work this layer of the aura, like all of a sudden I'm not sleepy, but I took it down a couple of notches. How about you? Did you take it down a notch or two?
Yeah, it's not seeing my shoulders don't want to relax even. Like,
Samantha said that it actually helps reduce the friction on the bottom of her ear with her shoulders. Like, how like when you're a little wound up, your shoulders are up. It's like the body relaxed, right? And so, we think of the respiratory system as like, I have a sinus issue, I have mucus, I'm coughing, I'm this. Yes, there's that, but we also want to use it to make ourselves feel better, improve quality of life, like not just treat a condition, but this helps me to feel more relaxed. This helps my body to relax. Like if I have tension in my body, if there's pain in my body, this helps to take a little bit of the edge off. So anybody, how about just maybe a couple? We'll just do little shares. Like if somebody wants to share, just so we can share experiences and learn from each other.
yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura, what did you know?
Hey, this was extraordinary. I do the 4-7-8 breaths on a real regular basis of holding and then releasing for 8 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
And when I started doing it, I've had this crud, this congestion,
Hmm?
and I could go through the regular breaths, but at the end of the 8 of release, I had a coughing attack every time.
Right.
It didn't happen the
Yeah.
last
Beautiful.
it after
Yeah.
the very first time around, it stopped, and after the second time, I, I feel different than I felt in a week.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tremendous.
I'm not sure it's going to last, but I know
Right.
what to do every time.
Right. So if by noon you're feeling like, because really kind of what we're dealing with is almost like a kind of agitation in the respiratory system. And so like, I mean, you nailed it. Like, okay, I'm doing this breath, but at the end I'm like having a little bit of a coughing fit. That's like some sort of agitation. Like you could call it a kind of stress or something, but when you're sick, when you're under tension, when you're under deadlines, when there's been times where I've noticed it, like being in environments that are like really chaotic and overstimulating, like the body just like like you get wound up, and it's like you leave that situation and we go to the hotel room or something, and it's like I can't shake off that thing. I have to use an oil, right? And so this could be, like you said, one of the ways that you just calm the body down when you're going through a cold or a flu or allergy things. Different parts of your body are going to get a little bit agitated. This just helps to clean that up, right? And so, like you said, if you start to feel it happening again, you're like, I know what to do. And normally we just think of like, oh, it must be mucus, it must be tension, it must be something in the respiratory tract. When here we're just looking at the energy body. And remember I mean, I know I've said this a whole bunch, but I just want to keep saying it. The aura is the energetic mold or blueprint. So whatever's in the field physicalizes. So there's like an agitation that's in the aura that you're fleshing out so that then your body just goes, ah. As much as we try to treat the symptom, if that's still in the aura, we clean it out, and then within a couple minutes, it's just right back. But if we clean up the aura, the body just goes, let's move on from this, right? And so, yeah, I'm glad that helped.
Well, it's interesting because I almost muted myself while you were teaching because I had this need to start coughing.
Mhm.
And I just opened the Gloria Lebanon again and just kept breathing and didn't have to mute. I know
Right.
that I'm about to cough again, so I'm gonna, stop talking, but I will be keeping this next to me
Perfect.
for a while. That it's really interesting because I've found nothing that stopped me from coughing this week.
Right. Right. Oh, so good. Glad to
Thank
hear.
you.
You're so welcome.
And sometimes we take these classes and what we see is so subtle. So when it's that traumatic, you go,
Right. I
wow,
know,
there's
huh? Right.
there's so much probably going on
Right.
that we don't get in the other things that we do.
Right. Yeah. Well, we're gonna go back around and like, keep pulling things out of classes and going, this also does, very practical things. It's nice to do the mystical things, but quality of life every day is also very, very nice. Who doesn't want like good quality of life?
Absolutely. Thank you
Mhm.
so
You're
much.
so welcome.
And we did have some shares as well in the chat.
Mhm.
Someone said, "This is so amazing. I had an irritating thing happen this morning that has me running late, and this just took all the air out of it.
Right. Oh, literally. I love that terminology.
I can see adding this one to my other daily plant prana oil routine."
Oh, nice.
And go ahead, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Did you mean to unmute? Maybe not. And then feel free to share if you have something to share. Someone else shared respirations are down to 9 to 10 per minute. And another said definitely deepened breath,
Yeah.
relaxed body.
The one that said 9 or 10, like what was it before? Did you look or do you know? Just curious.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we kind of see what this does, like, and there's very general things that it does, but sometimes it might hit some of us a little bit stronger than others. And some of it might be like, yeah, it felt nice, but and some people are like, this is amazing, right? And so, that's why I want you to make kind of notes because, bodies are also a little bit different sometimes. And so what we want to do is explore some of these things. And then when the time comes and maybe you're having some sort of respiratory distress, you can go back and explore some of these options, but you might find a couple of things that like, man, that really makes me feel better, and so it just means that it's hitting something that your body needs. So make yourself a note, and that way you can fine tune and make kind of your own little protocol for the things that work specifically for you. Right? So now we're going to go to the function of the aura. So we have the layers, right? And so within the layers, there's also a set of 4 functions. And the function that impacts the respiratory system is the aspect of the aura that has a radiatory effect, right? Um, haven't you ever been around somebody where they kind of walk in, you have an interaction with them, and they leave, and you go, you know what? I feel amazing. I had this interaction with this person, and right? Or you have an interaction with somebody and you're like, I could not get away from them fast enough, right? They were radiating something that was, stress or it just felt weighed down. they were sucking the life out of me, whatever it is, right? Part of that is the quality of the function of the aura. And so the aura is divided up in the functional aspect into 4 aspects, right? And so first is the state of the body, but here we're talking about the radiatory part, what you emanate out, right? And so this has an impact of also what we attract, right? And so let's just see how this treats us. So blood 2 is the primary thing if you have it. It's been in a few classes. But if you don't, aloes. Aloes would be the single oil choice. If you don't have either one of those, we'll try to come up with a substitute for you. Like a substitute could also be sandalwood. But if you don't have that, we'll try to come up with something else.
And in the kit, it was blood too.
Yeah, blood 2, blood 2. I don't know why I said that twice. Blood 2, blood 2. Seems like we're good. Cystis, would they have cystis maybe? Yeah, sandalwood, aloes. Cypress wood maybe. The person that doesn't like something that's very woody. Not cedar though. Cedar works a different function. Sandalwood, aloes. Yeah, I mean you can maybe just grab something and we'll see. Okay, so again, we've checked our breath, we've checked how we felt emotionally, mentally, right? Check in also with the things in your environment, the people, the active situations, the past events. Okay, so you're using aloes or blood 2, left side of your body. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then do the front side of the body. Face, throat, chest, abdominal area, the pelvis, down the legs, the tops of the feet. Then the right side of the body. And then the back side of the body, back of the head, neck, the whole back, the hips, down the back of the legs to the heels. And then just be still. Let's do it one more time. Left side of the body, head to toe. This one. The front side of the body, the face and throat, the chest, the abdomen, down the legs. The right side of your body, head to toe. Down the whole back side of the body. And then just be still. Check in with how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts, but also check in with external events. So, past events, active situations, or people. These things, these external things, people, active situations, and past events, they impact our physiology more than we give it credit. Like it is a bigger factor than we realize. What do you notice? You just feel relaxed, yeah. It's a little sleepy.
Yeah. I'm trying to-
So here you're going into an intuitive state. You're going into a state of healing. So at first you're calming down the agitation with the first thing that we did with the Glory of Lebanon. Here, by going into an intuitive state, you're increasing or enhancing the body's ability to heal. Right? Let's go ahead and then let's just a couple experiences, like maybe share just a couple experiences so we can learn from each other.
Yeah. Go ahead, Peggy or Linda, whoever.
Good morning. I'm so relaxed.
Oh, good.
So relaxed. So thanks. I was relaxed, but I'm really relaxed.
Good.
Someone said during the second round at the front, I began to sense the radiator effect.
Yeah.
At the back, there was a sense of being lit up a
Oh.
bit.
Nice.
Tension has lessened a lot.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Greg. Definite stillness.
Yeah.
In the yeah, just not mellow, not chilled, but just
Right. Just still
stillness with
like
awareness
just
kind of thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a great way to start a meditation, like
Yeah. Really, really.
like you're just or great way to start a Sunday morning. Like don't have to work. I don't have to do any of these things. You can sit and be chill.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
And on the previous one too, I just want to mention my breath was fuller actually after the
Yeah.
first round.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it felt like just there was more air, kind of.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Nice.
Thanks.
Good, good, good.
Someone shared with Glory of Lebanon, upper back burning. With blood too, changed to comfortably warm sensation.
Burning could mean one of two things usually. There's some sort of nerve compression, maybe, or sometimes what happens is lactic acid can get trapped in the body, and lactic acid is a byproduct of when the body doesn't have enough oxygen, like the muscles don't have enough oxygen to keep going. It produces, or the byproduct is lactic acid, and so sometimes it gets trapped in the tissue, and it's actually tied to fight flight. It's part of the fight flight mechanism. And so a lot of times you have to manually go in and like compress the muscle, and it will kind of burn for a little bit as the lactic acid comes out, but then there's better blood flow, that area is more oxygenated, and it's calming and soothing to the adrenals and to the fight flight system. And so it allows the body to be able to relax to a deeper level. And so I'm not sure which one happened there for you with the burning in the back, but burning can be from movement and exercise, but it also can be like postural misalignments where the body is either protecting a joint or has to tense up because we're out of alignment or we're leaning forward a little bit, whatever that might be. And so sometimes that is the thing that's releasing, is you're feeling the lactic acid release. So hard to say though. Either way, it was good. It's just,
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Someone else shared, can't quit yawning.
Yeah, yeah. Again, if you're going back to, even with the person who the burning in the back, most likely that was the trapezius, which is the most easily irritated muscle in the body. It's a very like superficial, like close to the surface muscle. Superficial just means close to the surface. And so that one can get easily irritated. But again, going back to the more that you release lactic acid from the muscle tissues, your body is able to go into rest and repair mode to a much deeper level. And so, yeah.
The respirations for that one person are down to 8.
Very good.
Questions now or later?
Sure.
What are we doing under radiatory aspect? Are we cleaning or are we raising the vibration?
You're cleaning and stimulating, like you're stimulating a particular process within the aura. But if there's blockages associated with that, the first part is more like the structure is more of the form of the aura, like you're making the form like cleaner, like a cleaner vessel. And then the function is more the essence that's passing through. And so you're helping the body hear the respiratory system um, uh, function at a higher level. So that means if something needs to be stimulated in the process, like if something's not working as well, it helps to stimulate those processes. But if something needs to heal, like it helps the healing process in this area. Most times what's going to happen is you go into like a little bit more of a healing state. If you think about it, the first part is tied a little bit more to the intellect, right? The second part is tied a little bit more to intuition. So a deeper level of healing is going to come in the second part that we did today with the function. You're shifting into where there can be movement or repair in that particular area. So your body goes into repair mode. Yeah. Specific to that system, right? It's not just all over. It's like this is going to be specific to some target areas, right? And so, yeah.
A past experience came up, but from 1993. So many years ago, I was attacked in the forest in Germany, but I got over it years ago. Could there be leftover traumas?
Yeah, it could be leftover trauma, like in the body, like emotionally, mentally, you might have gotten over it, but sometimes there's still a little bit of something locked in the body. But also sometimes we're still connected to that event. And by going through and rest and repair, a lot of times we talk about like, oh, let's clean the cord between that event and sever the connection. One of the ways that we sever that connection is by going into rest and repair. The deeper you go into rest and repair, the more that you detach from those past negative things. Like if you think about like, oh, this thing, like I go back to my toys when I was 5. I can sit and talk about it and process it and try releasing it all that I want. But until my body hits rest and repair mode when I'm engaging that, it's not processed. Like I might have like come up with like, well, this happened, that happened. I'm okay with it. I've made my peace with it. That your mind and emotion has made its peace with it is fine, but until the body has let it go, there's always the potential for things to be generated again, more emotion, more thought processes, more instinctive responses. So the more that you can get your body into rest and repair when you're engaging or reflecting on these past events, the more that you let it go. And that is the way Rue works. Like we use Rue to cut cords. Part of what Rue does is it pushes you into a deeper level of rest and repair so that the connection just falls away, right? So If something pops up, I'd maybe do another round of it, sit and contemplate that situation and then go back through and utilizing the breath to release from something in the past is used in a lot of different modalities, right? And so here it's enhanced with the oil. So reflect on that situation, maybe do another round until you know that it's really gone bye-bye, and then move past it. But sometimes it's muscle memory, and sometimes it's still there was a little bit of connection to that situation. Like when something traumatic happens, there's almost like a little piece of us that gets left in that situation. And going into rest and repair, it's like it pulls it back and it's like, nope, we're done. We've walked away from that. We're out of there, right? So just make sure.
With blood too, I had pulsation on the right side of my head.
Nice.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, this is just a question about what you were just talking about. So could you use Rue and do the 4 quadrants of the body to help with, would that help with
Yeah.
rest and repair?
It would help somewhat, but it would help somewhat. But Rue's a little bit better about Rue helps like the intellect go into intuition, right? So like I'd almost go think of that situation and then inhale Rue, and then your mind kind of goes, let's go. Versus like just working the aura. Like I would actually use it to be like to target things. Like, okay, that situation when I was in 1983, that thing that happened last week, that person who's a jerk at work, like go after it like that. I mean, it would still do something, but doing the blood too or the aloes would be much stronger for like doing it like the aura. Now you could take the two and combine them. You could take and do blood two or aloes, do the quadrants, and then target a situation with the Rue, and boy, you'd nail.
Like what just came up with that other person, she could do that. That would be a way to just continue into it even
Yeah.
deeper.
Yeah. And
Interesting.
another one that Rue is very good for like letting the cord go, right? But sometimes we have like a tendency, even if we let it go, like there's still like an attachment to something. And a lot of times it's because we want some sort of resolution, or if I think about like my issues when I was younger, is like I want the person to acknowledge they hurt my feelings, or I want them to apologize, and it was never going to happen, right? And so as much as I would use something like Rue, I'd feel better, but then in a couple of days I was like, it's back. I was still attached to like an outcome. Sage will just help you let go of that. Like sage helps to just go, okay, I'm just not attached to this anymore, right? So sometimes it can be a combination of the two. And if it's just a connection, like for that person, it was probably Rue would probably nail it, or even this would probably nail it. But if you had something where it's just like, God, I feel like I'm wrestling with an octopus. Every time I get one little bit away, something else pulls me back in, right? There is either a back and forth that's still happening between the situation and you, be it a person or whatever, or there's some attachment to some sort of level of resolution. The sage would be helpful for that.
Well, that's fascinating, and probably it applies to everybody that we have something in our past that we can't change the outcome.
Yeah, right.
Or people, family members or whatever.
Yeah, family, like old work. I'd say, as we get older, like when stuff happens with friends, we usually shake it off much better than when we were young. And so, like a lot of times, things that happened with friends when we were younger, like will stick to us more than 5 or 10 years ago. like 5 or 10 years ago, you're just like, but when you're like high school or your early 20s, that was still a big component of your world. Where as you get older, so many things have happened. There's been so much water under the bridge. It's easier just to go, whatever, but like when you're young, it's a little bit more like devastating. And I mean, that's why, like, I say all the time, like, I love sage. I'm always putting sage on my wrist and everything. It's just to always manage if there's any sort of weird attachment to something. Like, I just will always want to keep diminishing it. Like, I don't want to say no expectation for a particular outcome, but I'm just not, like, I try to use it to not be attached to particular outcomes, because that also enhances the creative flow. Like sometimes when we're attached to an outcome, it could be even like I'm trying to do this positive thing, but an even better thing might be presenting itself. And you're like, no, 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 no. This is what I'm shooting for. This is what I want. And especially in my youth, I was constantly doing that. No, 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 this better thing. I want this. I don't want this. I want this. I'd get so fixated on that outcome that I would not allow better things to happen. And so I know that about myself. And like I don't have the issue like I used to, but like I know it's probably in somewhere deep in the psyche somewhere, hiding out in a closet or something. So I'm always wearing sage. Like, oh, I wear sage. I don't wear it like constantly, but like I put it on at least once a day usually. Just 2 or 3 drops on the wrist, give a couple inhalation. I don't even necessarily think about anything, but I notice that I can go with the flow much easier. And if something happens where we need to shift something up, I'm just like, okay. Where in my youth, I'd be, no, it has to go down this way. Like we're not doing it the right way. Like, I was really attached to the process. And that's a very good way to cause yourself a lot of stress and frustration. And then a lot of times it's also a good way to not allow something to unfold and develop. And so I had that tendency when I was younger. So like I treat it as if it's there now. Like I don't think I have it, but um I also can fool myself. You know what I mean? Like I can justify something, or like, oh, that's not that. That's something completely different. And it's really bad. So I just treat it as if it's there.
And I think that applies to conditioning,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
we think
Yeah,
all the time.
yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. You nailed it. It is about conditioning. And if I don't know. When I look back when I was younger, I don't know if it was self-imposed or influences of the environment, but I had this thing where I can't make a mistake. Like, I tell stories a lot of times about my first 2 or 3 times I made mistakes, which is part of the learning process. But when I was younger, I was like, I can't make a mistake. And every time I would make a mistake, I just felt horrible about myself. And making mistakes is just part of growing, and really it's just part of the evolutionary process where you're refining something. And even when you nail it, there's still mistakes in there. Like, even when you're like, man, I did awesome, but when you step back and a little time goes by, you're like, I could have done a few of these things better. In my youth, I couldn't even have gone there. Like, just no way. And being able to not be attached to the outcome, where like I have to do it perfect right off the bat. That was a big thing for me to overcome when I was younger. I think I got over it like 6 months ago, 8 months ago. No, I'm kidding.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Your hand's raised. You can unmute yourself. There you go.
Hey,
I just was wondering, I do notice, like I get hijacked, when I can, and it's in the breath. And my guess is it's, it's the other shoe that's going to drop, So, sage would be a really good one. Would marjoram?
the other shoe's gonna drop. Yeah, like that. Let me think that out for a second. Um, Actually, I think what's going to help with that is the next thing we're going to do.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah. I think the next thing. Yeah.
thank you.
There were just a couple more things in chat really quick. So whenever something more disturbing situation happens, should I do blood too?
Like right when it happens, I'd stabilize. Like say you get into an argument at work or something. I mean, I'd use like tarragon or benzoin or something just to calm everything down. But then after everything's kind of calmed down and stabilized, then I'd go through and yeah, you could work blood too or hallows. Yeah. Yeah. It would help you to process and let go, but like also, if there's chords, if there's, there might be other dynamics in a particular situation. If there's trauma, you might need to treat a little bit of trauma with like some helichrysum, which we're going to talk about a little bit later today. So there's that. Anytime something traumatic or extremely stressful happens, tarragon, benzoin, or rose, even neroli sometimes. They're very good at reducing the shock and helping you deal with it in the moment. And then afterwards, when you need to go like, whoa, that was weird, and you got to clean up, then you can go through and, I would actually even do Glory of Lebanon, the blood too, and then do this next piece. Yeah.
I'm definitely feeling the movement of first calming the agitation, then to going into a healing intuitive state, and then detaching from certain situations.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good. We're wired to do it. So like a lot of times if we can line up our physiology, the emotions of mind and the energy body, it will actually do a lot more than like how we think about like, oh, I got to resolve this symptom. If you just like I refer to as like, if you just open up the pipes, everything starts flowing. And sometimes if we just open up the pipes, it does a lot more than we realize would happen. Like, yes, we're treating the respiratory tract, but there's deeper ways to get to the psyche, deeper ways to get to the inner world, even to make a spiritual connection just through the respiratory system. Each system you can do this, and they would almost like represent a different aspect of connecting with the soul or with the divine. And so, by going through and working this like this, you're doing something much deeper, because you're not just treating a symptom and you're not just treating the system. You're working it in ways that go beyond the intellect and the intellectual evaluation of something, and you're truly working it in an intuitive way. And when you start to tap into intuition, there's shifts and movements that happen that the intellect just doesn't even know how to do. Like, if you think about like how many times you're dealing with some issue from the past, and you're like, I don't know how to resolve this. I don't know how to address this. I don't know how to release this to make it go away. That's the intellect trying to figure out what to do. really what needs to happen is you just need to get it into intuition. Like if you get it into intuition, intuition goes, oh yeah, I could totally do this. Like, yeah, just, let me take care of this. We'll get back to you. Like, and so that's all you're doing is you're just shifting it into an intuitive state. Intuition takes care of it.
And just the last thing, is it a good idea to rub Glory of Lebanon on the wrists before going to bed?
Yeah, you could do it in the wrists. You could take a salt bath, rub it on the feet. Yeah, and it's super good body tonic. So how about we'll take a little break? We've been going for a little bit. We'll take a little break and then we'll do the next piece of the aura, the dynamics of the aura. So we'll come back at 5 till and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We are at the top of page 6. Now we're talking about the dynamics of the aura. So the dynamics of the aura are tied to the directions. So on one level, you could say this is tied to your responses, how you respond to things in the environment. On a deeper level, it's tied to like if like how our perceptions of like this is positive or this is negative, this brings me pleasure or this feels good versus this causes me pain, right? That's another level. But on a deeper level, you could think of it like this. You know how sometimes you're in a situation and it just feels like you're in a downward spiral, right? Or you're in an upward spiral, which means things are getting better. There's still highs and lows, but even the lows are an improvement over what it was like a month ago. Like you're doing better. This could be health, this could be emotional, this could be mental. So basically, this is tied to, is this going to help me evolve out of this and become better and stronger? Or am I tail spinning and doing a nosedive and going into like a poorer health, poor emotional health, like worse repetitive thinking, whatever it might be? So it's really almost a choice of going to like establishing a greater level of order, which is tied more to intuition and the soul. And then the downward spiral would be I'm going deeper into chaos, right? And we've all had times where we've been in a downward spiral. So this is like a continuation of what we are doing. Like these things aren't separate. It's almost like you're watching the ripples like go from, you are doing the structure, then we're doing the function, how the structure and function interact with each other, and the quality of what's happening between those two will help produce this other aspect. So this is tied to our reactions to people, events, active situations, but also even the external environment. This is also tied to karmic reactions, like karmic imagery. Like this is very much tied to karmic issues. And so if there is a little bit of a predisposition, be it that it's your karma, a family karma, a genetic, a karma associated with genetics, whatever it might be, it's the part that helps you to pull out of that and move towards something better versus just letting gravity suck you in, right? So, a harder thing to explain. It's very like ethereal kind of, like in a way. But let's have the experience and then we'll process it after the fact. A little bit easier to do it that way versus just through speculation or talking it out. Okay, so here it's the north, and let me come up with some subs here. Frankincense would work, and cistus would work. Okay, so we're gonna still work these four sides, but we're gonna do the perineum and the top of the head and the spine as well. Okay. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, again, head to toe. Your left side of your body, head to toe. Then do the front side of your body. The face, throat, chest, abdomen, pelvis down the legs, the tops of your feet. And then the right side of your body, again, head to toe. The right side of your body, head to toe. And then the back side of your body, back of your head and neck, your whole back and hips, down the back of your legs, all the way down to your heels. We'll make it. Now you're going to the perineum, which is the floor of the pelvis. So it's between the anus and the sex organs, the bottom of the pelvis, the floor of the pelvis. Your awareness is on that area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then the top of your head. Your awareness is on the top of your head. And then the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. And then just pause and be still. Just be still. Just be still. Okay, let's do that one again. Left side of the body. Left side of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. The front side of the body, head to toe. The right side of the body. head to toe, right side of the body. The back side of the body. The perineum or perineum, however you want to say it, which is the floor of the pelvis. Awareness is the top of your head. and your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. And then just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel. Your body, your breath, your emotions, your thoughts. Check in with the environment, which means people, active situations, and past events. When you notice. Yeah. This one's a little bit harder to put words to. The way that I used to describe it, I don't know, a while back, it's like a kind of momentum, right? But anyway, let's go ahead and do a few shares and
Hey, Greg.
he
So after this one, I feel not good at all. Like dizzy, headache, nausea, shoulders, tension in my shoulders and neck. Like,
and you were feeling good for the other ones, and then this one kind of I mean, you have a couple of choices. Like I'd either, I know it doesn't feel good, but I'd almost do it, either do it again or wait till the auric programming, which we're going to do next, and then let that kind of flesh it out.
okay,
I'd probably wait till the auric programming.
okay, thanks.
But this means that there's either some sort of a downward spiral that's a potential there, or there's some karmic imagery that is popping up a little bit.
Okay. I am fighting off a bladder infection. I don't know if that makes any difference at all.
Mm. I mean, it might. Yeah.
Thank you.
How's everything else going?
Well, I was right about that one friend. She sent me a thing.
Okay. Just by you went, I can tell like the situation with your friend, how it went.
Yeah, I mean, like I talked to Stacy, and I think Stacy and I are fine, but the other one just wrote us both a message saying we're no longer vibing on the same level, and so I'm just going to end the friendship. So it's actually kind of a relief. It's just, it just still reinforces that abandonment thing because I didn't perform the way that she wanted me to perform or expected me to perform.
Has more to do with that than the urinary tract infection.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you know, the thing that I would say too is and this doesn't make it any easier, but you know, sometimes it is kind of I don't know if I want to use the word important, but sometimes we have people in our lives where the separation is going to happen, no matter how hard we try. And I would say the downward spiral here isn't so much that the friendships are falling away, because it sounds like you very much have outgrown them and they're going in different directions. But it's the trying to, and I used to be pro at this, by the way, trying to hold on to something that really is not good for you or that you've outgrown. Like if there was an Olympic event, I would have been a medalist of some sort. I mean, I wouldn't let it go. And I think you gave it a good college try of, trying to let it go or, fix it. But I think maybe a little bit of it is it was time to let it go. And like trying to hold on to it really wasn't that good for you.
I agree. And I
You know
realized
what I
that.
mean? Like I think it's more that than it is anything else. Like it's
Yeah.
just, and it's hard because here it's like friends and you guys have a past and a while back I just kind of came to the place of I'm going to honor the past by just letting it go so that it doesn't get like super weird now. I'm still just going to try to hold on to like the good things of the past and not really get too focused on what's going on. You guys had friendships way back when. And even though it might not be good, no, there was a time where it was good. And, just the ability to say, okay, I'll walk away. And if we never talk again, we never talk again, but we had good times. And who knows, maybe in 5 or 10 years, they're in a different place, you know.
Well, and
And
I realized that, that whole human design thing about being a projector and needing to wait for the invitation. I realized that there was not an invitation. Even when she acted like there was an invitation, and I would respond, she would tell me all the reasons why I was wrong. So like, no, there was no like, um,
you guys just you guys grow apart.
yeah, we grew apart
Yeah.
big time. So it's okay.
And it doesn't make somebody like good or bad. It's just it happens.
Yeah.
Like my best friend from high school, I love him dearly. But if we met each other right now, we wouldn't dislike each other, but we wouldn't be friends. Like we've grown so far apart. But I still chat with him from time to time, but you know, it's not like it used to be. But
Yeah.
I care for him because of our history when we were young. And so um, you know, like I just whenever we get together, I just like honor that, you know,
Yeah.
you know, is what it is.
It feels like it's moving through a little bit. I still feel pressure in my head, but
Yeah. I think the next part will flesh it out. We're going to jump right into it. So,
thanks, Greg.
yeah, you bet.
Somebody else shared ditto like Tracy.
Yeah, there's something where you're being pulled out of the downward spiral. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you want me to help you figure it out, I can, but yeah.
And then someone else shared, I noticed that my self-talk has greatly improved since starting the class. Each segment gets
Oh, good.
more and more positive.
Yeah, yeah. That's very good. Good sign.
Someone was having, during the process, their sternum was feeling tight. And they said it may be muscular. Now I feel it inside the right shoulder blade, and the scaling test is a bit off.
Like this, like doing the scaling test. Maybe just touch that up with a little hiss up or something. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths. Could be just your chest is tight because of the respiratory function, but it also could be something coming out a little bit. Yeah.
Thanks, Greg. This is
Yeah.
Barbara. That was me.
Hey, hey.
Yeah, it was
Good.
super tight right on the sternum at first, and now it seems it's shifted. So I did have the thought that maybe something was coming out because it
Yeah.
came on so suddenly, but
I mean, this one especially, like, if something's going to come out, it's going to come out here. And so,
it almost feels like a dull knife between the shoulder blade coming through just to the right of the sternum in the front.
trying to see what that is. Okay, so kind of a similar thing like with Tracy, where maybe you're making extra effort with a particular person and looks female, and then you look related.
We look related. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody in your family.
Okay.
You probably know who I'm talking about.
The usual suspect.
Probably. Like I just see like it's a female, and I couldn't tell you a name or something, but definitely
Similar
female.
age. Okay.
And yeah, some like close in age.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just let it play out.
Well, I would say you're making more effort than you need to. Like at some point, you just maybe like,
Oh, okay.
you,
Yeah,
you know, does that make sense?
that
Like,
big
yeah,
time.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Because like if you think about the North is about like action, or like the West would be observation. The North is about action. So whatever comes up with the North in this area, it's about some sort of action or activity where you're applying yourself. You know, if this was tied to the West, it would be, you know, we need to spend more time observing the situation, observing what's going on. The East would be a little bit more of refining our thought process, going more into intuition. The South would be need to let it go away. But here it's like, how much effort am I making in this situation? And so like with Tracy, it's like a whole bunch of effort to save something that even if you were able to save it, like it's outgrown and not good anymore. And for your situation, it's family, but you know, because it's family, you're probably putting in a lot more pleasure, just a nice person. So you're trying super hard to do whatever, and you might just need to be able to step back and just say, you know, there's one person in my family where this is literally what I say to them: I give up, you win, just you win. And it's like this person's like that with everybody, but at some point, I don't know that you need to say something, but this person is just always in everybody's face. And so I don't feel the need to defend myself or try to resolve the relationship or situation. I mean, this person doesn't really get along with anybody in the family. And so when I have interactions with this person and they start doing their thing, I just go, you win. I give up. Whatever it is, you win. Right. And
I feel like I'm in that place mentally and emotionally,
yeah,
but I haven't verbalized it to
yeah,
the other person. And I
yeah.
mean,
I,
maybe
I
I
don't I don't know that you need, like, if you feel you need to, you could do it. But like
don't, unless there's another
yeah, but like
situation.
internally, just know I don't have to keep trying. Because like that's the thing that I
That's the
would
piece I
find
need.
kind of, what's that?
That's the piece I need to work on, the
Yeah.
stop trying part.
Because that's the thing, like when somebody's obnoxious, like I'm laughing because I'm thinking of this person. He kind of preys upon the people that he knows that are nicer and who are going to try harder. Like the ones who don't give a crap, he kind of leaves them alone because they're not going to do this dance. And so, like, it's nice people like will keep trying to make effort to like let's resolve this, let's what's going on, and da 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 da. And he almost gets off on that. Like I don't know that he does it consciously, but I watch him. The people who give it back to him and tell him, leave me alone, he leaves them alone. But the ones who are nice and try to be accommodating or whatever, he is just ruthless with those people. And so the reason I say it is like I want him to stop doing the dance with me. If you don't have that issue, there's no need to say it. But you can just come to the place. It's almost like you give yourself permission. I don't have to try here anymore. Like I just don't. And so, like it was his birthday just a day or two ago. I wished him a short little happy birthday, but that was it. That was it. Like normally, if it was somebody else in the family, I'd call him, "How you doing? Happy birthday!" Yada yada yada. And I'm polite, but that's it.
This is really, really helpful because
Yeah,
when I stay in that lane, it's okay. But if I step a little bit outside of that lane, I feel like there's all this stuff that comes at me.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Really
You're so
helpful.
welcome.
I couldn't stay awake. Dozed off, started off wanting my breakfast that I didn't have time to eat, but partway through lost that craving entirely.
Now, if you're really in alignment, your craving shifted from breakfast to lunch. No, I'm kidding, but yeah, because it's almost lunchtime.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
I just want to comment on,
Mhm.
what you were talking about with the other two women, Barbara and Tracy. That was a great therapy session right
Yeah,
there
yeah.
because and you've gone into that stuff and you do it a little bit different every
Mhm,
time.
mhm.
And that's just something that I tend to be a fixer. I
Right.
don't
That's a
tend to be
great way of
I am.
saying it. Like, I want to fix this. Like,
And
yeah.
it doesn't mean that they want to fix it or that the
Mm-mm.
situation is fixable, that we're in the same place. And sometimes, I mean, that was huge for you to just say it's okay that it's not fixed.
Yeah,
That
it's totally okay. Like it's I mean, because it kind of goes back to the thing about how much of it is your problem and how much of it is their problem. And if because we're still talking about the respiratory system, but in these situations where we apply ourselves, we kind of generate like a feeling of not feeling good. It starts to, it might not generate a trauma, but it definitely generates a like, ugh, like with the person that I'm talking about in my family. I tried everything. I mean, I tried everything. I just at one point I just had this realization. I've hit my head against the wall enough. Like my head hurts and I'm exhausted. I'm done. I'm done. And it wasn't done because like I'm angry or whatever. I'm done because I'm exhausted. And I would have loved to be able to come to that place and just have the realization and go, oh, I'm done. But like I had to run the gauntlet for a while. But it was a realization that I carried into other situations where I'm like, okay, I learned the lesson with this person. Now in these other situations, I recognize it for what it is and I'm done. Because again, going back to the North, it's about taking action. It's when properly done, the North is revitalizing, it's regenerating, it's reinvigorating. And so if the situation doesn't leave you feeling revitalized, then there's something that, we need to refine, let go. Or here in this particular case, in these situations, it's just permission to say, I don't have to do this anymore. Like this dance is exhausting, because really what should be happening is the interaction should be making you feel regenerated or revitalized. Like you get around somebody you care about and you have a good connection, you leave and you're like, life is good. Like might be crappy things going on in my life, but I have this interaction and you're like, this is a good thing. And not everybody in our life we get to choose. And sometimes, like in Tracy's case, it started off good but ended up going bad. And so I don't even know that I call it bad. They just grew in very different directions. But you can still be a fixer in certain situations, but you gotta be able to take that lesson and go, this person, it's not my problem. And this is the thing that I used to say in therapy sometimes with people like this is they really have no intention of shifting, changing, or being nice, but they want people to pursue them. And they want people to care even though that they don't care. And I get it. I get the being, you try to be loving and everything, but that's a very selfish act. And if a person can't even minutely reciprocate, then you're left with a situation. If it's a child, it's because they're a child. But if it's in this case, a man child, right? At some point, I just don't have to do it anymore. Like I don't. And that person got upset for a little bit and was obnoxious and whatever. But you know what? He got over it. And now we can just be polite to each other, and that's that. So
Well, and one of the problems when they are family members or close friends that are in a friend circle is that you are going to be around them. And
yeah,
if they cause a problem, I mean, for me, it's repetitive thought that, you know, keeps keeps going and going and going, and that I need to stop. But sometimes it's family behaviors or friend
yeah,
behaviors
right,
that are repetitive that I'm not going to be able to change.
right, right. And also, not everybody's going to agree with you. Like when I first kind of spoke up to this person, this was many years ago. A lot of the family gave me a hard time and didn't agree with me. And I was like, hey, everybody gets to make their own choice. I get to make my own choice just like you get to make your own choice. And, everybody vocalized how they were not happy with me. 5 years later, everybody comes back to me and they're like, you're totally right. And they followed the example. But in the first place, in the first, year or two, um, it wasn't well received, you know, but I did it not to punish the person, but like I'm done. Like it's causing me pain to have this interaction with this person the way that we always did it. And so, you know, I don't know if that helps or not, but um it's okay. We don't have to get along with everybody. I mean, I would love it if we did, but you know, I think in my youth I thought I could, but as I get older, yeah,
And
I
for me, that's a
try.
hard thing to give myself permission
Yeah, yeah,
to to not be working at someone that is in close proximity.
yeah, yeah, yeah. This person's very close. So if my family was listening, they'd know exactly who I was talking about. Right? It is hard, and you know the 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 you know there's proximity, and then there's like the emotional mental, like there's a distance. Like I don't try to connect with that person like I used to try when I was younger. And honestly, the person's not really capable of connecting, but not just with me, but anybody. But we get along better now. We do. Like I'm not frustrated, I'm not upset. We we don't have our little tense conversations. We get along better. And you know, some of that is mm, the distance, you know, emotional, mental distance, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
So could this be considered possibly a karmic lesson that
It
you
could
have to?
be. Yeah. I mean, and sometimes you might have had like a past with that person, you know, because like we kind of reincarnate with like little groups of souls that, you know, um, you know, the way that it's always kind of been taught in like theosophical and Buddhist practices are um, either love somebody intensely or hate somebody intensely. You'll reincarnate with them one way or another. And so sometimes some of those people that are really obnoxious, um, there's still something from the past being like worked out. And, you know, some of it isn't that you need to resolve it the way that we would resolve it in normal everyday life. Some of it is just the ability to like disentangle and not be reactive to them anymore. And so like that's how like I kind of came to this like reaction or this mode of action is the more that I keep trying to resolve it, the more I kept doing this, and we are just going to be entangled more. And so if I just go, I've come to a place where I've just let go, like I give up, like it's a disentanglement, so that I don't have to keep doing this dance over and over with this person through all the incarnations. You know, it's just both people don't have to come to a place where they detach. Only one person does, and you know even if that person doesn't get it, if you get it, you know, great. And who knows? I mean, they weren't always family. It could have been, you know, somebody you were in battle with, or somebody you were in business with, or you know, who knows? And it's just there was some sort of entanglement that just went through the incarnations. But you know, usually families are a combination of people that you've had good experiences with in the past and bad experiences in the past, and you're close in proximity to either love more deeply or to detach and be able, you know, hopefully to maybe love somebody who, you know, maybe there was a bad experience with. But if that can't happen, to be able to detach, not be agitated, and walk away from the situation, you know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope that helps.
That also other people are sharing that.
Yeah.
It's helpful. I think we're good to go.
Okay. So we take the structure of the aura and then the function, and that interaction produces the dynamic, right? And the dynamic is also a bit of like karmic imagery, not necessarily karma, but the imagery, right? So imagery is like these little pieces of information that stimulate your physiology or your emotions in your mind in potential ways, but where you're at, you might react to them in a positive way or a negative way, right? And so if the breath is deep, then your ability to respond to these actions is enhanced. If the breath is shallow, you'll be very reactive, right? So then you'll make maybe bad choices in the situation. But if the breath is deep and slow, then even if something's agitating, you can go, what am I going to do about this? Just like we were talking out. Like, I mean, that's a perfect example. Now, the aspects of all three together produce a program that run in the aura. So here we're looking at an auric program that no matter what we do with our treating symptoms or treating the system, even treating the energy body, sometimes we get things feeling better, but we'll have certain tendencies within our physiology, our emotions, or our mind that no matter what we do, we might make it better for a little bit, but then it comes back, right? This is tied to the program. So within the aura, these things kind of compile and create an ongoing program that no matter what, it dictates like the quality of activity in that particular system. And so here we're talking about the respiratory tract. So that could have physical aspects, they could have psychological ones, even spiritual ramifications. And so here we want to set the program in a way that's more positive rather than if things have been conditioned in a way, then they become kind of negative. And no matter what we do, we're just always struggling with something. So this helps to resolve that program so that your body goes into a state of like higher performance in this particular area. But the psychological, the spiritual aspects are all enhanced and they're just running no matter what. So a lot of times if there's some sort of disease or some issue that's associated with the respiratory tract, by working the auric program, it will resolve or present itself where then you would go through and treat the symptom. So this particular aspect goes hand in hand with symptom-oriented treatment, because you're working not just the energy body, you're working the program in the energy body. Like your energy body, there's all the different aspects, but there's a level of consciousness within the energy body. It's like you're refining the consciousness in the aura itself, so that it says like, okay, respiratory system, function better, regulate my emotions, whatever aspect is associated with that system, the program begins to address. So one of the ways that, like when I'm doing healing, like if I go through and somebody presents with an issue, I'll work the program of, like, say somebody's coming to me with a respiratory issue. I work the respiratory program, and then their issue will present itself in the energy body. Like it will just come to the surface. So if they have issues with their lungs, if they have it with their bronchioles, if they have it with their ears, if it's in their sinuses, sometimes it's not directly related specifically to the respiratory tract. It might be the muscles of the chest. It might be a postural misalignment. It could be all kinds of things. The issue will present itself. And then you go through and you treat whatever symptom presents itself, right? So the back end of the booklet is a bunch of different conditions where after you do the program, you go, oh, I have a cough. You would treat the respiratory program, and then you would go treat the cough. Or you have a sinus issue, you treat either the respiratory or the sinus specific one, and then you would go treat that. So here, number 4 and 5 are both ORC programming. One's pulmonary stress support. Actually, respiratory stress support would also, or no, it's just respiratory support. That would also work. Or you could use sinus support here, but that would be a lot more specific to the sinuses. So we're just going to choose one of them. So either choose pulmonary stress support, sinus support, respiratory support. Unfortunately with this, like you can do an oil and work the process, but it doesn't hit the programs. The blends were made very specific for the programs in the aura. And so if you don't have one of these support oils, just choose something that's respiratory oriented. But if you're going to work the ORIC program, the oils in the ORIC programming kit or that end with support are the ones to use.
And in your respiratory kit for this weekend, you have pulmonary stress support.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you took the prior weekend's class, the ARC and somatic programming class, you have all three of those choices.
Respiratory support wasn't in there.
Oh,
No, just pulmonary stress support. And yeah. Yeah, respiratory support's just the other side of it. And there's just a variation.
Oh, okay.
So choose one of those. And if you don't have one of those, just choose some respiratory oil. Okay. Notice how you feel. Notice your breath, your inhalation, your exhalation. Notice the lung capacity, the ease of breathing, the rate of breathing.
Just again, no sinus support in this kit.
Yeah, just the pulmonary stress support. Yeah. But if you had other ones, we tried to offer up other things if you had the kit from last weekend. Okay. So with that, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Left side of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. The front side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the front side of the body. The right side of the body. Head to toe, right side of the body. And then the back side of the body. And back side of the body, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. back side of the body. Your awareness is on the back side of the body, head to toe. Then pause and let go. Just be still for a second. Check in with your breath. Take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Exhale slowly. What do you notice? We're going to do that again. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the left side of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The front side of the body, head to toe, all down the front. The right side of the body. Awareness is on the right side of the body. The back side of the body. And then just pause and be still. Let's do that one more time. Inhaling, left side of the body. Front side of the body, head to toe. The right side of your body. The back side of the body. Just let go, just let it incubate for a little bit. Just keep your eyes closed. This one takes a minute or two to process. Let the body process. Now take a long, slow, deep breath. And then slowly exhale. Notice how you feel emotionally, mentally, your thoughts. So this one, more than any of them, will continue to run for a while because you've reprogrammed the energy body. So after you walk away, the energy body continues to put something positive in motion. So let's go ahead, maybe share experiences, just a few, I guess, before we take a break, and unmute yourself or type in.
So I had a question.
Hey,
This is Zakia. I missed the first 2 hours of today's class, so if you already addressed it, forgive me.
you missed this amazing discussion that we had on the meaning of life and the inner secrets and all kinds of things.
So
Mm.
the student body here, everybody that's normally in class, do we have the ability to look at the auric formulas, the blends that you have given us? And I'm certain I can look at in the workbook and say, oh, I need this, and I can pick whatever one, pulmonary support, right? But do we have the wherewithal to create our own stacks? Or do you need to
Within
teach
org
that?
programming, yeah, sure. Yeah, from like last weekend, yeah, you can mix and match. It's not always going to be the same. I mean, there are certain things, this is kind of for those that weren't in the class last weekend, the org programming, like here we're doing one, but one of the things you can do is do like a stack where you do 3 or 4. And I'm going to talk about it here, but we're not actually going to do one here just because this is a free class and not everybody's going to have the oil. So I'm going to talk about it, but we're not going to do it. But from that kit where you have the 49 oils for the org programming, you can form your own stacks. And in the class that's coming in the beginning of May, there's also what is it? Intuition and Healing the Past. There is like the psychological counterpart to all of those. So there's even going to be a different way of doing stacks with even that component. And here we touch on it. Like here, if you look down a little bit further down, where is it? Down in intuitive healing on page 10, where it says symbolism. That's actually a little excerpt out of it's not the whole process, but it's a tiny excerpt out of the intuition stack. So, a lot of what we'll do, like with the auric programming here, we're just working the aura, but then you remember how we did the brain, the spine, and soles of the feet for the somatic programming, right? So there's also like an emotional and behavioral program that goes with it. And this would be starting to tap into that. So just physically, physically, psychologically, basically you're working one side of the brain by doing the auric programming. The intuitive healing, you're working the other side of the brain. And so you're bringing the two sides of the brain together to work the two. So you can make your own stacks from auric programming, and then later you'll be doing stacks between auric programming and the intuition and healing class.
But do I know how to say, okay, I have this issue? Do I know how to pick four things?
Yeah, I mean, like over the weekend when we were doing that class, people were getting pretty close to those. And so, if you're not sure, I just do one. But, if you look at respiratory function and you have a little bit of a infection, you go, okay, respiratory support, immune support, you know, you might want to look at lymphatic support. You could do variations, and so
Okay.
there's not like it's one like this is the way.
Okay.
It is left to like interpretation.
Okay.
And if you notice, like when people were asking me for stacks in the class, there was times where people were asking me for the same kind of thing, and I gave them different stacks.
Right.
And so it's one of those ones that you can tailor it yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Or as a therapist can give you like variations of it. So yeah, I would say explore it a little bit. The more you
Okay.
work the different ORIC programs, for one, the more you work them individually, you're really refining the aura, the energy body. But then when you start doing the stacks, you'll notice like, this one really hits it for me, but for you, it might not hit it. You know
Right.
what I mean? And so um you can tailor it, and it might shift and change as time goes by.
Okay, because even a few minutes ago when you were talking about the respiratory, and you were talking about not only affecting the ears, the throat, and the chest, but it might do the muscles.
Yeah.
And so you have to think of different aspects that the
Mhm.
condition might present
Mhm.
that you have to consider in selecting your blend.
Right. Like a common one out of the auric support would be like for muscle, like it could be the skeletal muscle, but it also could be the fascia. Like, so there's the fascial release blend that's in that kit. And so
Right.
you might add those two together, because if fascia is restricted, it's going to restrict your ability to expand the chest and the rib cage, and so there's all kinds of variations. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. If I had the tools in my head to figure out what
Yeah.
variations to pick.
I mean, I try to make it as like intuitive as possible. You know how like when you pick up an iPad, you might not know it, but you look at the pictures and you go, I get it. I
Yeah.
can identify. I try to make it as straightforward and as intuitive as I could for
Right.
that. And over a period of time, we'll refine the booklet based on your guys' feedback, but it should be relatively straightforward.
Okay, because when you did my sister for her spine, you picked pulmonary stress, enteric support, splendor, and sleep. And I'm saying, well, how the heck, why would he think sleep or splendor? I was trying to connect the dots so I can develop my own sense of
The splendor would be for limbic responses, so it would be calming down agitation in the limbic system.
okay.
And then the sleep is also just to deepen the level of relaxation, and the reason being that our body's in pain, and so I know that sleep is an issue. Like anybody who has pain issues, sleep is an
Right.
issue.
Okay, so it's
And
just about using your common sense.
yeah,
And okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I didn't know
It's
if there was
really like all the things that we've talked about, like really kind of come together in that one class where like you said, like, okay, I know that pain, there's sleep issues, I know that there's agitation in the body, I know. So we still maybe could have even added one or two, but like that seemed very solid. But then the next person, it might be completely different.
right. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And someone shared the aura feels lighter.
Mhm.
Body is very still. Respirations are less than 6 per minute.
Mhm.
Was aware at some point that the ajna and forehead seemed to be in communication.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Down to 6.
Dropped the bottle.
Yeah.
I did notice some pressure back on the sternum again.
Mm. Mm. I wonder if that's a little bit also of the neck. Like,
Maybe.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
A sense slash memory as a young child when feeling slash emotion was discouraged, painful. So I switched to thinking, analyzing instead.
Mm-hmm.
I could use some pointers on how to work with that.
Well, I would say being able to tap in and allow the feelings to come back up again would actually be tied to the breath. And so I would work this one in particular for a little while, because like if you think about it, like, okay, I'm not allowed to feel. So the way that we would shut it down is to breathe more shallow and potentially more rapid, but at least more shallow, right? And so basically the auric program is don't breathe deep, like don't breathe that much. And so what the way to access that is to start breathing deeper. You're not even necessarily trying to tap into the old emotions, but just not like suppressing the emotions. And the way to do it would be to like deepen the breath. And so we all have that potential, like when something's painful or super stressful or something. But if that was like a learned behavior, like it's not okay to cry, it's not okay to, whatever, then the way to open that up is by slowing the breath, deepening the breath, expanding the chest, and then everything else will kind of fall into place. So
Thank you.
mm,
Feeling sleepy.
yeah. So okay, how about we'll break for lunch and we'll come back and we'll do more. I hope you guys are enjoying this. We're going to be still exploring more of the mystical energetic side. And then after that, either later today or tomorrow, we'll be doing more of just a clinical, straightforward approach of like how to open the bronchioles, how to expand the chest, how to like, treat the muscles in the chest and all those kinds of things. So we're doing the mystical and energetic side, and then we're going to do very practical clinical things. So let's break for lunch. We'll come back at what is that, 2:10? 1:40, yeah, 2:10. We'll see you at 2:10. Hey, everybody. We'll be at a good lunch. So, so top of page 7, we're not going to do this, but I still want to put this in for the people who did the auric programming class. This is the auric programming stack. That's a general stack for treating respiratory related issues. Now, like Zakia was asking, can I make my own stack for the ones, if you didn't do the last weekend's class, like the auric programming, there's these 49 oils, and then you work them individually, or you can do these things called a stack, where you take 4 auric programs or so, and then do them together to produce a result. Like, so example, if you're doing something respiratory, like here you can see there's sinus related, so sinus support, pulmonary stress support, but then there's also the chakra blend. And the reason being, like Zakia was asking, like how do we put it together? And so it will range, but the reason chakra blend is put in this is your respiratory function dictates how well the chakras function. So we just kind of mashed it all together. And then how we access the unconscious is also tied to the breath. And so this was just kind of put together as a particular stack. But if you wanted to make your own stack, again, for those who did the class last weekend, this was just another little piece of information that, for this class, because it's a free class and not everybody has all the support oils and things like that. So I wanted to mention it, but we weren't going to really practice it just because you're drawing from classes that you have in a kit, so it would be too hard to coordinate. And so let's jump to the top of page 8. And here we're going to go into a bit of the psychological aspects of the respiratory function. And so here right off the bat, we're doing the elements, and we're doing the higher potential of the elements. So this is drawing upon the mastery of the elements class. This is, again, a tiny little excerpt of this, but the elements were in some of the classes, but the higher potential was only in that class. So the higher potential, instead of saying the air element, the higher potential Kabbalistically is referred to as the sword of David, at least in the writings that I access. And so if you want a substitute, let's find everybody a substitute. Melissa, cistus, clary sage, or some form of sage. And again, let's have you take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Feel your breath, the depth of your breath, the expansion of your chest, your respiratory rate, and then also how you feel emotionally and mentally. You do it. Hey, so Sword of David is the premium. We gave you some second choices there. Let's go ahead and begin. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on your crown. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mhm. Then move your awareness to the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And then the front solar plexus, the area below your ribs. The back solar plexus, the mid back area. In the bottom of the tailbone. And then just be still. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is on the crown. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Front solar plexus. Back solar plexus, the mid back area. Bottom of your tailbone. And pause and be still. Take a nice, big, long, slow, deep breath. Notice your body, your emotions. Notice your thoughts. Now we're going to pull out the regular air element. So it's in your kits. It's Vayu slash air. And for those that need a substitute, let's see what we got for you. Hyssop would work, myrtle would work, poplar balsam would work. Hyssop, myrtle, poplar. I hear myrtle's very popular. I think most everybody's got hyssop, like in a kit or something. Okay, so here we're working the lower potential. So elements are the building blocks, but they're also tied to conditioning, especially physical conditioning, but also psychological conditioning. And so over a period of time, they can eventually turn into patterns. They can turn into behaviors. They can turn into like types of things like dissociation, which is like when we have the tendency to check out, or automatic behavior, automatic thinking. So we're transmuting the lower and we're cultivating and bringing down the higher aspect or the higher potential. And so we'll be going deeper into the dynamics of the elements as the next few months go by. But still, right now, we're just kind of having the experience of what the conditioning does as we undo it. Right? So you have either the Vayu or air element, or you have one of the subs, which is hyssop is a good solid choice. And you're inhaling, your awareness is on the sex chakra. The back heart. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And your crown. Awareness is on the crown. Awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades, the back heart area. The back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then pause and be still. Just be still. Hey, notice how you feel. Your bodies, your emotions, your thoughts. Anything like Samantha right now, she looks like she's got kind of knocked out. So you're going into a deeper state of healing. You can heal the undoing the conditioning, and you can undo the effects of trauma and stress. So we're going to slide right into trauma right now. This isn't where you bring something up and have to relive it. You just release the effects of the trauma, right? Like moving past it, walking away from it. So helichrysum, ginger lily, astral projection, trauma relief. Let's
check the kit. The kit is
helichrysm, yeah. So let's see what people have, and if they don't, we'll have to come up with some options. Helichrysm's been in a bunch of classes, ginger lily in a few, astral projection at least one or two. Okay. So this is what I'd like you to do. Okay, we go back to something we haven't done for a little while. Like you're gonna sit and just whatever you feel in your body, whatever one jumps out at you the most, be it that you feel like a heaviness in your chest or in your legs and your hip. It doesn't have to have a rhyme or a reason. You're just looking for the heaviness or an agitation, a tenseness somewhere in the body. Wherever that is, put your awareness on it and begin to inhale the oil. You're feeling it in the body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Maybe. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Okay, we're doing body awareness again. Might not be the same spot. Check in with your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Wherever that is, your awareness is there, and then start taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Now your awareness is on your spine. You can do your whole spine or an area that jumps out, like a heaviness or a denseness in your spine, wherever that is. If there's a little bit of tension, you can go to that spot. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Mhm. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still. Just let go and be still. Again, spinal awareness. Somewhere in your spine, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still. Just be still. Now, your awareness is going to be on the front heart. If you want to make it more potent, think of a past event that had a little bit of trauma associated with it. You don't have to, but if you're trying to process something or release something from the past or with some person or situation, think of the situation. Your awareness is on the center of your chest. And pause and be still. Again, the front heart. Past event if you wish. And then pause and be still. How's that straight? So your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. No need to visit anything. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. And then again, back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. And then just pause and go. So this part with the trauma, I mean, it kind of stands on its own, but it's definitely made much stronger because of the work with the elements, especially the higher potential of the element. The combination, like they go hand in hand. Basically you're deconstructing the thought form. There's the energy of thought, there's the element. Together they make a thought form. And so you're working the elements separately, and then you're working the trauma energy separately. It deconstructs it, so it's very, very, very soothing. So if you take a nice, long, slow, deep breath right now, you'll notice your breath is slowed down. You feel very peaceful. Sometimes that rapid breath is a byproduct of unprocessed trauma, or connection to some sort of trauma. Not always, but it can be. Now here, this one's a little quicker. We're gonna diminish the effects of stress, right? So here I listed a bunch of choices: acacia, aloes, the two kinds of angelica, basil, steel helichrysum, lemongrass, marjoram, palo santo, poplar and sage, valerian, St. John's wort, spikenard, and then some blends. And I think here for the kit, we're still just doing helichrysum.
Yeah, I think so too.
So if you got the kit for purchase, just still use the helichrysum. Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the brain. Move your awareness to the spine. And as you have your awareness on the spine, do your best to try to relax the spine. Your awareness is on the whole spine. Your awareness is on your brain and spine at the same time. And then the brain and the soles of your feet. And with your awareness on the soles of your feet, inhale, draw energy up. Exhale, release it from your feet, or just release. And then just pause and be still. Let's do that one more time. Your awareness is on the brain. Your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're relaxing your spine. Your awareness is on the brain and spine at the same time. And then the brain and the soles of your feet. And then just let go. Notice how you feel. Your thoughts, your feelings. Let's go ahead and share some experiences and feedback. Just a little bit. We don't have to do anything crazy, but let's share. You can unmute yourself or type in before we do our break.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there. Lots of quiet and stillness in the body, the thoughts, the emotions. yet I'm aware of activity in the brain, but it doesn't feel like thinking. It's just energy movement.
Yeah. Oh, very good. And how's the sternum? How's the chest?
There was still felt like something was stuck at the beginning.
Uh-huh.
It's less, but it
Okay.
feels like it's not 100% gone, but it's much less.
Okay, good.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, good. It should clear by the end of the night.
By the end of what we're doing today, I mean, or
Maybe by
all
morning.
things considered.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Thank you.
all things considered.
And go ahead, Anne.
And how'd you do?
Just maybe a little closer to the mic. We can't really hear you yet.
Oh, I was lying in a field looking up at clouds, and they were so fluffy and beautiful.
Oh, nice. Okay. And how do you feel?
Great.
Good, good. Good.
Yeah, it's pretty chill here on this end too.
Yeah. Very like Barbara was saying, like quiet and still. And the intellect thinks we have to release it, we have to wrestle with it, we have to go through and look at it, we have to process it. And really all you're trying to do is untangle it a little bit. At some point, you just kind of either integrate something or you're walking away from something. And the thing that you're walking away from is you're grabbing that piece that's still stuck in that traumatic event, whatever that might be. You're grabbing it and you're walking out of it and you're basically integrating. And so a byproduct is it's not like you bring something up and have to relive it. It's just quiet and peaceful. It's just very soothing. It's hard to do that without the working the elements. So working the trauma part or the stress part works, but when you combine it with working the element, because you're literally deconstructing the trauma thought form. And so, but anyway. Anybody else? Yeah, pretty quiet. Yeah. After that particular process, it's not surprising actually. So how about we'll take a break and we'll come back at 10 till the hour, and we'll do a little bit more on this mystical energetic part and share some experiences after that. And tomorrow we'll be doing more of the clinical part where we go through and we open up the bronchioles and we expand the lungs and we relax the diaphragm, and we do the more manual things of treating respiratory issues. But I thought it would be nice, just like how we did today, where we did the mystical and energetic psychological components, and we see how much of this plays a role in our respiratory function. So it's not just an idea or something that is speculation, but you have the experience of, like, sometimes the stuff in the chest might be things other than just I'm having a hard time because of the environment or colds or flus or whatever. So we'll take a break and we'll come back in 15 minutes. Hey everybody, let's come on back. And we are at the top of page 10. And so here we're going to tap into the unconscious, which is part of what happens with the breath. You deepen the breath, you're able to tap deeper into the unconscious, which helps you to go more into the intuitive part of the mind, but also helps you to clear things that would potentially be bothering you, but you're completely unaware of it. And again, it's not like you have to relive it, it's not like you have to process it. You just kind of release it. Okay, so here you're going to pull out either the unconscious blend, right, or larch or hyssop.
And you guys have hyssop decumbens in your kit,
Yeah, hyssop decumbens.
I believe, right?
Yeah, I think so. Hyssop decumbens is a fancy form of hyssop. Hey, so the very first thing you're going to do is actually, let's just check in with ourselves. How do we feel? How does the body feel? The emotions, the thoughts? You think about people, external situations, active situations, past events. What do you notice? Okay, so you either have larch or hyssop, some form of hyssop, or the unconscious blend. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. And then pause and let go. Just pausing and letting go. And again, your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and let go. And again, your awareness is on the brain. And then pause. And then let's do that one more time. Your awareness is on the brain. And then just be still. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. Oh, that's good. And then be still. Your awareness is on the front heart. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause. Let's do the forehead and back head again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then move your awareness to the front heart, the center of your chest. Awareness is on your front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause. Okay, we're going to do the materialization breath. So you're going to hold the bottle to the chest, chin down. You're going to inhale through your nose, hold your breath, move your head up, exhale. Then down, inhale, up, exhale. So let's do it all together. Down, inhale, up, exhale. 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 Down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale. Just be still. Just be still for a moment. Again, bottle to your chest. You can do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths at your own pace. You begin inhaling, your awareness is on the back heart. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths, your awareness is between your shoulder blades. Yes. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then just be still. Now, this next piece, the intuitive healing, the blend symbolism actually is not going to be out for a couple of weeks. So you guys aren't going to be able to look it up in a class. Let's just have you use the oil that you're using for this process. We'll use it for the intuitive healing component, right? So you're still using the same oil. Now you're going to focus on at least one person that's in your periphery. It doesn't have to necessarily be somebody negative, but at least one person. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on one person. Again, like keep inhaling, but the idea of the symbolism here is to see things not so literal and see the metaphor, the symbolism, and the things that are in your environment, including people, active situations, past events. A pause. And again, either the same person or a different person. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Now, next, we're going to do active situation, which means just something going on right now. Doesn't have to be negative. It could just be some activity, something you have that's in motion, something that's in process. You're inhaling with your awareness on the active situation. And then pause. Then again, still active situation, Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Now, past events. Again, doesn't have to be negative, but pick a past event. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And pause. And past event one more time. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Mm, mm. Mhm. Then pause and let go. Notice how you're feeling, your thoughts, your feelings, your body. Take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. So next we're going to work the aspect of the moon. The moon. So either moon or moon premium. You don't have that, something like wormwood or absinthium. And the reason to work the moon here is the moon is the planetary influence, the influence that's outside of ourselves. Planetary energies are very much tied to the intuitional components and also higher emotional components. And the moon is associated with revealing things in the unconscious or revealing things that are unseen, right? So in certain sort of practices, like when you're trying to figure something out, we use our cognitive processes to try to figure it out. But there's those times where you go, I'm gonna sit with it, I'm gonna wait for something to reveal itself, right? That aspect of that revelation where you sit, maybe your awareness is on the heart or whatever, is tied to your connection to the moon or the influence of the moon. And left unchecked, these unconscious things come up and they rear their ugly head sometimes and cause us issues. But if you harness it, they come up and they're released, but you're able to go deep within your unconscious to access information that is not in your conscious awareness. So what turns at first to be something that's maybe a bit of a negative, you turn it and not only into a positive, but you turn it into this asset, this ability to be able to go deep. In certain practices, they refer to the moon as having the ability to unlock closed doors. It's not the doors like at your house. It's like the inner doors, like they'll be able to pierce through veils or things that the intellect has a hard time piercing through. But it's like with working the energy of the moon or the breath, you're able to pierce through these levels of perception and go much deeper into a subject or go much deeper into the inner world, right? Even in situations like, say, we're talking about family stuff or just dealing with somebody difficult, it would be having a deeper perception of that person, that situation, how to handle it, and maybe even the underlying reasons why it's there. And so this very much heightens your intuitive abilities. Okay. So if you don't have any of those, try maybe mugwort or artemisia. Okay. So moon or moon premium is your A choices. And then wormwood or absinthium or maybe mugwort or artemisia. So again, pick a person. Can be different people than you did before. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're going to take a nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Either the same person or a different person, go ahead and do it again. And then pause and let go. Active situation. You can do the same one that you did before or a different one. And pause. I know it's a long process, so we'll just do that one once. Past event. And then pause. Okay, we're just going to briefly touch on the vital centers. So this is from the vital center class. So uvula and fourth ventricle. If you don't have these, There's a blend called Vital Centers. There's also Splendor. And if you don't have any of that, why don't you try Mugwort or Artemisia? Galbanum would also work. Splendor. So for those that got the kit for purchase, you have both uvula and fourth ventricle. So we're going to do two cycles. Do one with one of the blends and then do the other one with the other blend. If you have the Vital Centers kit, same thing. Whichever one you're using, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back throat. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Just be still, be aware, let go. Okay, again, your awareness is on the sex chakra. No. If you have both, it doesn't matter which one you do first. You're just working those aspects of the vital centers. And then the awareness is on the back heart. Yeah, if you haven't switch them out. Yeah. I mean, this is calming down a kind of agitation that's more in the nervous system and your brain and the emotional body. Awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And your crown, top of your head. And then be still. Okay, we're just going to do one tiny little more thing and then we'll chat. And this is working the gamma brain waves. And so if you have the gamma blend, great. If you don't, clary sage, melissa, acacia, or frankincense. We'll just do this real briefly. I want you to have the experience. Okay, so you're inhaling. Your awareness is on the left-hand side of the body, head to toe. We're doing the 4 quadrants of the aura. Left side of the body. Mm. The front side of the body. The right side of the body, head to toe. And the back side of the body. Head to toe. Be still. Notice how you feel. Just let it incubate for a moment. Your thoughts, your feelings, your body. Do you feel a sense of peace or stillness, or, what do you feel? Now, take a long, slow, deep breath and then slowly let it out. Remember how we started the day off? See if you can let that breath, especially the exhalation, how well can you keep control of that as you let it go very, very slowly? in your breath. Hmm. Like relaxes more.
Yeah, like it can, I can control the breath.
You can control the breath better. And your breath is deeper and you can expand better, bigger.
Probably. Too chill, I don't think.
Apparently Samantha's so chill she doesn't feel like answering. So but think about it like this. You feel good, you feel chill, your breath is wherever it's at. And we really didn't treat the breath or the respiratory system in a very traditional way. We didn't go after constrictions in the bronchioles, chest expansion, relaxing the diaphragm. We did none of that. We looked at external factors and we actually cultivated more of the intuitive aspect, but via the respiratory system. And so all these different things play a role in the system, but intellect doesn't really put those things together, two and two together. But there's all these different influences that, we're struggling with, but we don't necessarily always realize. And so let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, unmute yourself. Anything about the day?
Go ahead, Zakia.
Hey, Zakia, how'd you do?
Feel like I'm on drugs. My body is just floating, it's here, but it's not here. Even inside my thoracic cavity in my chest, it's like feels like hollow.
Right.
So that when I inhale, I can inhale so much more volume
Right.
and so much more deeper.
Right.
Yeah.
And like we're not like we didn't treat it in the traditional way. Like that's
Right.
the thing is like, so many times we're like, what oil works for, lung expansion, which we're going to do tomorrow. I'm not saying that that's not a thing to do, but I'm saying like they can go hand in hand with each other. And so, especially when you're dealing with really chronic health issues, like sometimes stepping away from just the normal way of treating it and starting to look at the other factors will deepen the rate of healing or the healing
Right.
experience.
Right.
But
So my question is,
Mhm.
when we did the moon,
Mhm.
you said the moon unlocks the hidden. So when we're thinking of a person or active situation or past event, what are we unlocking the hidden of?
So it could be that you have positive feelings that you didn't realize. It could be negative thoughts or feelings. It could be pieces of information. Sometimes it's not even information. Like I've had experiences where on face value, a person was very like maybe positive towards me, but away from me behind closed doors or behind my back or whatever you want to say, they were very negative. And then I've also had the flip where people were kind of negative to me, and I realized that maybe it was the way that we were communicating or I wasn't listening or so it's not always going to be the same kind of thing, but it just reveals something. You know how like if somebody comes up and goes, hey, I just heard da 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 da, XYZ, and you go, well, it's a weird piece of information. Let me sit with it for a minute. And then you sit with it, your awareness is in the heart, and all of a sudden you go, that feels pretty true. Like that tracks, or that has nothing, like that is not accurate whatsoever. Like that would be like moon activity.
Okay.
And so the revelation could also be, it's kind of like how we were even talking about earlier in dealing with maybe a difficult person when we were dealing with direction, when we were dealing with north. And, Tracy came in and said like, oh, I feel worse. And then we started talking it out, and it's like, okay, there's an issue with those friends and they're gone away, but maybe they should go away. Like, that's not a good fit anymore. And
Oh,
so
right,
it's going to be upsetting to them. It's going to be upsetting to you. You're going to keep trying to make it work. You're going to end up having like difficulties and fights. You're going to have some trauma. You're going to have some stress. It's going to be agitating. Where when you're working the moon component, you just realize maybe I should let them go. Like maybe, or you know what? Maybe we just need to have a conversation. Like maybe sometimes that's all it is. And I had this one situation one time where the person never said anything, but um I could just tell something was up.
right,
And I remember like sitting with it and I go, I don't know how, but I think I've hurt this person's feelings somehow. And so I went and I said something like, have I hurt your feelings? And the person very quickly confirmed my suspicion. And I was like, I didn't do anything on purpose, but like I just was oblivious to something and didn't think of the person in the moment and had made some decision or whatever.
right.
And I would say even that was tied to the moon, like being able to sit and realize like, oh, this is what's going on. So then I could take some sort of action where before it might have been like, well, it's just gotten weird and oh well, and then our interactions would have been impacted, but more importantly, I would have left that person with their feelings being hurt when that was never my intention, and it wasn't intentional. I was just I was being blind in a particular area and I just didn't see it. And so I made it right, like the best that I could. And so when we come from the point of intellect, that the tendency is for our mind to be very like fixated. And so the idea, which it's necessary sometimes, but the idea of working the planets kind of takes you outside of yourself. And so each of the planets kind of represents a different kind of like interaction or a way of perceiving or processing. And so here it's about, going deep into the unconscious, be it here or tapping into the unconscious as you look into situations. And so even as a healer, somebody might present you with a situation and you go, okay, I'm going to tap into my unconscious and see if I can't draw something forth to help heal this person. Because part of tapping into the unconscious, the same with the intuition, is you're not always drawing upon information from this lifetime. If you get good going into a more intuitive state, or if you go deeper into the unconscious, sometimes you're tapping into things that you've learned in past incarnations, but the conscious mind has no reference for. And so, like, I remember one time somebody was asking the Dalai Lama to talk about intuition. And he said, it's really hard to talk about intuition without first addressing reincarnation. Because if you don't embrace the idea of reincarnation and past lives, intuition becomes very difficult because a lot of what you're tapping into with intuition is these past experiences, these past pieces of information. It's how the soul is growing and evolving. So it's not just about now, it's also being able to access things that are in there somewhere, but they're just, you don't have conscious awareness of it. And so um in certain mystical practices, there's even like these little amulets or medallions uh, that people wear that are associated with like it's got holy names on it, but it's associated with the moon, and it's for being able to go deep into the unconscious to access like deep mystical or sacred information that's it's there, we just don't access it. And so yeah, anyway.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
You went so deep because I have um this is a moment of transparency. I have difficulty really embracing the past lives thing. And maybe
Yeah.
that's why I don't
Yeah,
have
that's
much.
okay. That's the thing too is even if even if we don't believe it or don't acknowledge it, there's some body of information there that is beyond intellect. And so really, I don't know that it matters what we call it,
Right.
but if we can just access something that's beyond the intellectual mind, that it's there because of things that have gone down through the generations, or you're picking things up from the collective conscious or unconscious, deeper states of intuition,
Right.
higher influences of the soul. I don't know that it matters like how you
Okay.
get there. And so if you don't believe it, I mean, I don't know that it matters.
I don't know that I
Yeah.
don't believe it, but I
Yeah.
just like, what?
Well, it's hard for the intellect to get the idea. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like the intellect, like we can sit and talk about it, and like intellectually you go, oh, I get it, but it's 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 hard for the intellect to go past just the theory.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and so even my Buddhist friends, when we talk about it, we're all at very different places with it. And I gotta say, when I was younger, I thought it was a bunch of BS. I really did. And as I've gotten older, I was like, well, you never know. And then I started going, well, there's something there. And I can't completely say that's totally what it is, but it makes sense.
Right.
Like that for me, like, it kind of makes sense. And so, it used to actually be in the Bible, the idea of past incarnations, but I can't remember. I think it was it Constantine, I think, took it out. Um, but it's in different traditions. So somebody pulled it out of the Bible because of like a mistress or a wife that was a prostitute or something. And so they took that information out of the Bible way back in the day. But you know, it's hard to validate something like that unless you have direct experience. And so it's a working idea, it's a working theory, but bottom line is you're tapping into things that your intellect shouldn't know. I mean, I have abilities that I have no experience in my life, no training, no study, no book I've read, that I shouldn't have those abilities if it was just on face value of the things that I've done and learned.
Right.
Abilities that just aren't there. And it's not just like, oh, I can do things. I mean, I access information that is like, like when I used to go into the corporate setting, they'd go, what's your background? And I'd be like, a little this and a little that, because on paper, I shouldn't even be there. Like I
Right.
really shouldn't have been,
Right.
but you put me in a situation, all of a sudden, like I have this like information and skill set that, obviously I've practiced it at some point somewhere,
Yeah.
because it's not theory. I mean, it's, you can tell it's from experience. It's just not now.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank
Yeah.
you.
And think about like what you do with the herbs and things like this. You have insights and things that, as much as you study, it goes way beyond intellect,
Yes,
way beyond intellect. So however you got there, you got there. Like, so I would just say, you know,
okie dokie.
whatever that means. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
you're so welcome.
Someone shared after we did the process, they can prolong the exhale to close to 15 seconds now.
Oh, wow. Very good.
What'd she say?
She said that somebody posted that after we did the last process, they could somebody said that they could prolong the exhale for about 15 seconds or so. So that's very good.
So if we're doing a process with a different thing, say like the immune system, this first part of the day would be different oils.
Yes. So every system has, like, you would kind of hit some of the same things. Like we'd hit the structure of the aura, we'd hit the function of the aura, we'd hit the dynamic of the aura, we'd hit the auric programming, but it would be a different process. It would be a different layer, it would be a different function, it would be, everything would be a little bit different. So we're hitting these aspects, but it's not going to be just this is a universal thing for all the different body systems. This one's very specific to respiratory function.
On that note, I thought it was so interesting that gamma was the respiratory system.
Mhm.
Because isn't like, I mean, in the intellectual way, isn't gamma like the one that's like kind of intuitive, kind of like you're not.
Yeah, it's usually what happens with a lot of meditation. And so if you look at, like she's saying, isn't gamma like tied to like the more intuitive side, or it's what happens when you meditate a lot. Not everybody has a high level of gamma activity in their brain, but when you do a lot of meditation, all of a sudden you start having a lot more gamma activity. And so with that, it still comes back to the breath and being able to access the unconscious and be able to access the intuition. And different systems, different conditions would potentially utilize different brain waves to help resolve that. But in general, for this one, it's gamma. And so gamma's in a few of the other ones as well. But yeah.
Today I discovered that I'm holding my breath more than I was aware of.
Yeah.
Good to know and watch for.
Yeah. Boy, that is a good thing. Like when I was younger, I used to hold my breath all the time, had no idea. And when I was going through physical therapy one time for an accident, the therapist kept going, "Stop holding your breath," and I kept looking at him like, I am not holding my breath, like, because I thought he meant I was going like this, and I just wasn't. Like, when they'd start stretching the injured spot, I'd tighten up, and like I wasn't really aware of it. And so I started becoming aware of it as they were working on the injured areas. And then I started realizing, yeah, I do this all day. Like I start getting stressed out, I hold my breath. Like something uncomfortable happens, I hold my breath. Like, like I was holding my breath a lot. And so that is a really good one to catch yourself, because you're slowing down like processing, but it will generate stress or anxiety. And so I noticed that when I stopped doing that, my anxiety levels went down a little bit. Not massive, but somewhat. Yeah.
They shared, yes, I previously learned because someone observing me
Yeah.
alerted me to
Yeah.
it.
I had no idea. Yeah.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, Greg. So going back to the question Samantha was just what she brought up to talk about. So would using gamma before meditation, like we either with materialization breath or just breath work, would that help go into intuition faster?
Well, it would definitely stimulate aspects of the brain. You know, different brainwave oils would do different kinds of meditation, but I like the way the gamma feels on my brain, and I also like the way gamma feels when I work it um, when I have to deal with difficult people. Like I went through this phase that like when I'd have some difficult people that I was interacting with, I would inhale the gamma before I did it. And I noticed that the interactions went way better, way smoother. And they behaved differently towards me, which I thought was always a little bit interesting. And granted, there's an energy that's going back and forth, but I thought it was interesting that it was more than just I felt different, they behaved different. And so if you're going to do that, I would just do like we just did, do the 4 quadrants. And, you know, you could actually, if you want to pepper in like throwing your awareness on the brain for a little bit, after you've done the 4 quadrants, do that before your meditation and see. Another good one to do that with is theta. Theta is a really nice one to do a meditation with as well.
So you would not do a materialization breath,
You could. Yeah, you could.
but the 4 quadrants and the awareness on the
Four
brain.
quadrants for meditation. I mean, you can do 4 quadrants and then the materialization breath. That's pretty solid. Yeah.
It's worth a try,
Yeah. I mean,
unless there's a particular reason not to.
no.
Okay, so gamma and theta.
Yeah. Alpha is good, but I would say alpha is good for like Kundalini practice, or alpha is good for like if you're going to do like the Lord's Prayer, like, you know, you really like slowly do the Lord's Prayer. Alpha would be really good for that one.
So how would you slowly do the Lord's Prayer?
So
Just-
each phrase of the Lord's Prayer actually corresponds to one of the centers. So our like the crown would be our Father, and then the forehead, who art in heaven, and then the ajna in the throat, hallowed be thy name, and then the heart, thy kingdom come, and then the solar plexus, thy will be done, and then the navel on earth as it is in heaven. And then over to the spleen, give us this day our daily bread. And then the Mingmen, which is the low back, or give us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespassed against us. And then the sex chakra, lead us not into temptation and deliver us from evil. And then the basic, for thine is the kingdom. And then you would go back up to the spleen, the power, and then the Ming Men again, the glory, and then the crown forever.
Okay.
You want to do it right now?
Sure.
Yeah. We'll just do a little short version. Okay, so everybody just be still, keep your eyes closed. So the Lord's Prayer, like this is actually very, very old. You know, we think of it as a Christian thing, but it actually predates ancient Egypt. And so even in the ancient times, instead of saying our Father, they would say Amen, 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 who art in heaven. So like sometimes if you wanted to do a little mantra before you did the Lord's Prayer, you could chant Amen several times before you do it. So your eyes are closed. Your awareness is on top of your head. No, we won't do it with oil. We'll just let it be. Your awareness is on the top of your head. Silently affirm, Our Father. And then your awareness is on the forehead. Actually do the forehead and back head at the same time. That makes it more potent. Who art in heaven. Your awareness is between your eyebrows and on your throat. Hallowed be thy name. Your awareness is on the heart. Thy kingdom come. Let thy kingdom come. The solar plexus area. Thy will be done. The navel. On earth as it is in heaven. The spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. You give us this day our daily bread. The low back area. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. The sex chakra. Lead us not into temptation, and deliver us from evil. the bottom of the tailbone. For thine is the kingdom. The spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. For thine is the power. The low back opposite the navel. For thine is the glory. Your awareness is on the top of your head. Wherever. Om. 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 Just let go. Maintain your stillness. Well, then there's a holy name correspondence. So we'll do that. Your awareness is on the crown. eh. Your forehead and back head at the same time. Yehovah. Between your eyebrows. Elohim. Your throat. Yehovah. Elohim. The heart. El. The solar plexus. Elohim. Gibor. The navel. Al Oa Ba Da'a. The spleen on the left hand side. Yehovah Zabao. Your low back area, the back side of the navel. Edonai Zabao. The sex chakra. Shaddai El Jai. And the bottom of the tailbone. Edonai Malchut. Amen. 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 Okay. Gently move around. You could also do it with the archangels. We've done that actually in a class. Well, I can't remember what class it was. One of the angel classes. Might have been that, or might have been sacred something. The tree of life, where there was sacred something.
So chakras and tree of life, I don't think you did it in that
No,
one.
but wasn't there a different version of it, like a more souped
Yeah,
up version?
yeah, let me look really quick.
It
I
was
think
sacred something, I want to say.
I think it was.
Thank you, Greg. That was very powerful.
Yeah, doesn't it feel good?
Feels great. Thanks.
Yeah. Christians have been doing Kundalini practice for a very long time. They just, that's what that is. It's a Kundalini practice. And the phrase, normally Kundalini practice is you're circulating either through the outer channels or up and down the central channel. But with the Lord's Prayer, you're working it through the chakras, and then by saying the phrase, you're helping to circulate the energy, but you're helping to cultivate the higher potential of the chakra, right? So like you're cultivating the spiritual aspect of the chakra. So that's why, like, if you like growing up Catholic, you'd go into confession and you'd say, okay, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that. And then they'd go say 25 Hail Marys and then 5 Our Fathers or Lord Prayer. Like, I think for us, they said our Fathers. And the Hail Marys are, you're cultivating sustained awareness, right? So as you do the Hail Marys, you become like more aware of the tendency, you become more aware of the nuances of whatever it is. You're practicing sustained awareness, just like when we do Lama yoga. Like it's like a similar practice, And so you do the Hail Mary so many times, and so you're like, okay, my attention is on my shortcomings. And then you come through with the Lord's Prayer, and the Lord's Prayer eradicates the negative tendency and helps cultivate the positive tendency. So, it's like you're increasing awareness and then purification's coming through. Just like we'd go, okay, put your awareness on the body, you're cultivating awareness. And then a lot of times the next step is, now let's flush something out. And if you just do it, the Lord's Prayer, it has an impact. But the more that you have some awareness of that, you're trying to like eradicate something or break something down, because the Lord's Prayer is creative destruction. And so it's removing something to make space for soul energy. Where if you're doing, you could do a form of that actually with the commandments, the 10 Commandments. And the commandments would be the divine love aspect. So love is more like a stabilizing effect. It's it helps maintain something. It soothes something, where Lord's Prayer comes in and just eradicates it. So even the idea of the 10 Commandments is it's cultivating a kind of awareness, but it's soothing and stabilizing. It's keeping you from making mistakes that are going to cost you suffering as time goes by. It's not just a set of rules. It's like, if you do this, it puts, if you break one of the commandments, it puts something in motion that, you'll have like a karmic issue or a kind of gravity that you're fighting for a while until that gets resolved. And so Yeah. And then when you do any form of like meditation on the blue pearl or the materialization breath, things like that, that is the divine intelligence aspect. That is the light or divine intelligence, whatever you want to call it, or the creative aspect. So each one like has its thing that it's cultivating. Yeah.
Zakia, did you have a question, Chair? Laura, you're still there?
Yeah, I did. When you were starting from the crown and going through the Lord's Prayer,
Mhm.
give us this day our daily bread, the spleen. What came after the spleen and before the sex?
The Ming Men.
Trespasses.
Right. So like if you look at it, like each phrase directly corresponds to the tendency within the chakra.
Yes, I just missed the chakra
Right.
that came after.
Okay. So the Ming Men would be is lead us not into no. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Yeah, that's the Ming Men.
Okay, thank you.
And energetically, that is the energy center where forgiveness is initiated. You know, forgiveness is initiated in the Ming Men because you're transmuting something physically. So you're transmuting like lower emotions, your things that are like locked in the body.
Right.
And then it would go up to the heart, which is transmuting it emotionally, and then up to the crown, transmuting it mentally.
Right.
And so yeah.
Thank you.
And if you go like a deeper dive, I mean, you might as well like just the aspect, you know, because if you think of like in Christian practices, they'll say, you know, Christ says like basically forgive, like forgive. And so part of it is yes, getting along with other people and not holding resentments and everything, but there is an alchemy that when you go Ming Men, back heart, crown, that you're becoming it's not just about forgiving the person. Like that's kind of the thing to get your foot in the door. But after you get your foot in the door, you kind of go past the issue with the other person. And what you're doing is you're transmuting the three refusals, right? The first refusal would be of divine intelligence. And then you go up to the back heart, you're transmuting the refusal of love. And then when you get to the crown, you're transmuting the refusal of divine power or creative destruction. And so by doing that practice, you're literally shifting your consciousness, your awareness, your perception, whatever you want to call it, from being directly driven and impacted by the lower nature, and you're moving it consistently up to being more of the soul. So, you know, that's why, like, who's Christ say that to Peter or whoever when like is it Peter? Like when he says, like, you know, teacher, I'll go with you or whatever, and he says, by the dawn or whatever. You can tell I'm a really good Catholic, you know, that thing, whatever. You'll refuse me 3 times, right? It's the three refusals. You're refusing divine intelligence, divine love, divine power. Yeah. And so you know, in a lot of philosophical things, they'll say evil is the absence of God or the lack of God. And on one level, you could say, yeah, but evil would be the refusal of God, Like, so it would be refusal of divine intelligence, the refusal of divine love, the refusal of divine power. And so what you're doing is you're tempering your lower nature to be able to handle the energy of the soul rather than the lower nature kind of being at odds with the soul, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
I know we're getting towards the end. I would love more teaching on this
Oh,
because
sure.
you
Yeah.
gave so much right in that short amount of time
Yeah.
that I would like to go through this again.
Sure. I'd
And
love to.
and hopefully Samantha, will have this, that we can listen to. I appreciate when you do that. That's great. But this is really fascinating to me. So this is something the Lord's Prayer, doing this with the chakras, we could do this as part of our prayer practice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Um, different versions of it can be done. Even just saying the Lord's Prayer would move the energy, but using your intention on the spots um, makes it much more potent. And so, yeah, trying to think of
Thanks.
it.
I'd love more information on
Yeah,
all of it.
yeah. And like I said, you could do it with angels. The angels would be more of the divine intelligence. The holy names, the truer inner practice, like the practice that is from way back in the day, is they don't really say the phrases as much as they say the holy names, because the holy name is what's like deeply purifying the chakra. And like every chakra has the holy name is in the chakra. Like, everybody's crown chakra, that holy presence is there. It's what makes a chakra, not an energy center. Like animals have energy centers, but they don't have chakras because that holy name is not in each of the centers. So each center has a holy name. And when you go through and you do the holy name, you're 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 casting out, or you're vanquishing the lower aspect that's of the lower nature, and you're cultivating the higher nature or the higher essence, or making space for the essence to come in. And so every chakra has a holy name, and then every chakra also has an adversary. Like, so the different names of the devil are also in each of the chakras. And that it's like a presence of a being. I think it's more of a kind of thought form, really, more than a being itself. But still, in the collective conscious or unconscious, the beings have already been dealt with by Archangel Michael, but we're dealing with the leftover thought forms. And so it just takes humanity a while to work through it. And so by doing that on a regular basis, like when we went through all the chakra classes, that was always the first thing in the class was the holy name, so we'd do the holy name, and we'd do some pattern or whatever, but it was to work the holy name for that particular chakra. Yeah.
I'm glad you said that because it's easy enough to go back and find that
Yeah.
information.
So like every chakra class, that first oil, like the crown is Kether. Actually, that one, I don't know. Like that one, I think we just had a single oil. And then after that, they were all the holy names.
Really?
Perfect.
Yeah, I think there was one that we only did like a single oil.
It would have only been the first one.
Yeah, it
then.
had to be the first one. But I could be wrong about that. But yeah, so each one, the first thing that we do is it's about the holy name. And it's written in the booklet. The holy name's written in the booklet.
I'll go look that up. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
You're so welcome. Yeah.
And just so you guys know, I am planning to edit the meditation part, and we'll get that to you guys.
Yeah.
And what was the other thing? It was a little earlier before we all got spacey. Is sinus health oil the same as sinus support?
Actually, there are two different oils. We were having that conversation last night. Sinus support and sinus health. Like the sinus support is I don't know that we even had it on the site. Do we have it on the site?
No.
No. Yeah, we'll put the sinus support on there. It's been around for a long time. I just don't think we threw it up there, but I made that like what 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah. But 3 or 4 maybe. But they're close, but the support was made very specifically for the org program.
Is what we did this morning to be done in place of RX stacking for respiratory system, or should we do both?
No, actually, you would do them both together. I mean, really, you could get away with or programming, but or the stacking, but those are precursors. And so if you look at like the generational healing, we did the structure, then we did the function, then we did the dynamic, and then I stopped and I said, there's more, but it's too much for the weekend. The next step is the org programming and somatic programming. And then there's even a step after that, which is the intuition and healing the past. And you're doing the whole spectrum of the aura. Like if when you go through and do that, I mean, you are going through and giving it a roto-rooter in every phase of doing that. Yeah. All of those together will dictate your nature. Like the nature of that person is very loving. The nature of that person is very good. That person's very good natured, or they're not so nice. All of that is dictated by those pieces like that, put together.
So should we do the stack first then? What we did this morning?
I'm not sure what you're.
You go ahead and just type in to clarify. That's fine. I had another question.
Mhm.
When is the lymphatic system version of plant prana technique?
Oh, I'm not sure. We'll do that. I mean, we did all those lymphatic classes, but we didn't do the PPT, plant prana technique. But it will be sometime in we're going to hit a bunch of systems. We're going to go through and do the digestive system, the immune system. We're going to hit the endocrine system. So lymphatic will be in there at some point. I'm not sure when, but I'm going to follow actually the layers of the aura. And so, we'll unwind the aura as we go through and do these systems.
So they clarified, they said, should stacks be done first? Like we do the respiratory stack and then do what we did this morning.
So if you're going to do stacks, you can just do them by themselves. But if you're going to do them together, do the structure, the function, and the dynamic first, and then do the org programming. Be it that it's one program or a stack. Yeah, it'll make the org programming take hold faster. It's just the thing is like I mean, you saw with generational healing as an intense weekend, or programming, even though we didn't fly through the whole booklet, it's like a recipe book, it still was an intense weekend. And so practice them maybe a little bit individually, and then at some point we mash them together. I'm actually going to I think we're doing it at the end of May, where we're going to do the ORIC programming, and then the intuition and healing the past. We're going to do a 1-day study group for those that have taken both the classes to like mash them together, and you're going to get a booklet that has them both together in that. And so yeah, and then there's also an honorable mention in there with body mapping. The body mapping, yeah, you'll see as we unwind this, but it's all coming together in this like little system that you're gonna see. And then from there you would go, you know, you don't have to be doing it every day or every time, but like you go through and you treat that. And then when you go and say, okay, I have these symptoms, and then you do a symptom oriented approach, it makes the symptom oriented approach highly effective. Where sometimes you try to do the symptom and it's like, yeah, nothing's working. It's because all these things are, you know, wonky. So if you go through and you put that in motion, and then when you go to do very straightforward symptom oriented approaches, it is very impactful, and you know, it's usually responds very quickly to treatment. And so, and then it enhances your spiritual practice, it helps you psychologically, and helps you interact with people around you, helps with materialization. If you're working and doing angel work, it helps you with the angel work. You know, it'll be across the board, but there's like kind of a base thing that is going to be all together in one booklet.
Someone said, awesome, and I get doing the aura by layers.
Yeah. You know, and the thing is, like today, we only did one of the layers, right? And so there's going to be times where you go, I'm going to sit and I'm going to do all 7 layers. But if you're going to treat the respiratory system, you go, I don't have to do all 7 layers. I'm going to do 1 layer, right? So there's a time and a place for each. So that's why instead of trying to explain it out, I'm trying to put it in a booklet so that, you know, if you go, okay, I'm working all my stacks and I'm working all this, but you go, but I'm having respiratory issues. I want you to be able to just open up to the respiratory part and go, I can just hit these, you know, I can just hit the symptom oriented approach. Or if I want to work the emotional or the more of the energetic component, it's all just right there for you. You don't have to run around and find it all. Because if you notice, a lot of that's just out of different classes. Like that wasn't like new pieces of information. That was one's out of the vital centers, one's out of the mastery of the elements, one's. So all the information has been really presented to you guys for the most part. I mean, there's still a couple other little pieces, but now just present it so you can just start taking the pieces and producing results in a way where you don't have to figure things out yourself. You know, it's a big system. Like it's a very, very old system, but I haven't seen it put together like this in a modern way. It's in pieces even in ancient times. But
So if I'm working on prosperity, should I do prosperity stack first before doing prosperity squats, or does it matter?
yeah, I would do the stack first. Yeah.
Thank you again. Thank you guys.
Okay, you guys, I'll see you in the morning at 10, and we'll do the more clinical approach where we get the bronchioles and the lung expansion and the diaphragm, and yeah, we'll have a very different day tomorrow.